Y'all send me a letter. Read one of them.
Morning, Rob.
Good morning. How's everybody?
We're all good.
Excellent.
Do I look a little more tan?
You know, I can't see you. I can see two screens and they're both of me.
Okay. That's good.
Oh, gosh.
All right. This meeting of the Madera County Board of Supervisors is now called to order. And are there any additions to the agenda?
Good morning. How's everybody?
We're all good.
Excellent.
Do I look a little more tan?
You know, I can't see you. I can see two screens.
We're hearing
and they're
ourselves
both of
again.
me.
Okay. That's good.
Oh, gosh.
All right. This meeting of the Madera County Board of Supervisors is now called to order. And are there any additions to the agenda?
Good morning. How's everybody?
Technical difficulties, Rob.
And you know what? And I've got two screens here. I don't think I should have two screens. I logged in and then another one popped up.
Huh, that's funny.
Yeah.
You're special. Just another
Oh,
two-faced
gee.
politician.
We really want to make sure we're looking at you.
I suppose.
You cloned yourself. There's more than one of you.
There you go. Exactly.
Does that mean you get 2 votes?
Hey, there you go.
You're winning something yet, huh?
I'll tell you.
Chairman Rogers, we're good.
Okay, good. Are there any additions to the agenda?
There is none.
Okay. County Council, would you please read the closed session in the agenda?
Yes, Chairman, there are several items for your closed session today. The first is under labor negotiations. Your agency designated representative is Alba Gomez, Director of Human Resources, and the employee organization is all units under Government Code Section 54957.6. There is a unintentional duplicate item under Public Employee Appointment Employment, Government Code Section 54957. The title is Director of Behavioral Health Services and also Director of Child Support Services. You have conference with your legal counsel under Government Code Section 54956.9 for anticipated litigation under paragraphs 2 or 3 of subdivision D of that Government Code section, one case in Ray State Water Resources Control Board. And the last item is conference with your real property negotiator, your county administrative officer, Jay Varney. Under negotiations for the APNs listed on the agenda are price, terms, and payment of the purchase, exchange, or lease of property, and the APN numbers again are on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Really difficult to understand when with the masks on.
Oh, my apologies.
But that's okay. I'm going to ask everybody that speaks to just drop your mask a little bit so we can hear clearly what you're saying. And we've got plenty of protection, so I'm not too worried about the protection. But anyway, so go ahead and.
Perhaps public comment for the closed session and potentially a roll call vote for the record?
Yeah, right. I forgot about that.
A roll call, not a roll call.
We do need a
vote.
roll call to note that Supervisor Poitras is also here remotely. So let's go ahead with the roll call.
Supervisor Wheeler,
Here.
Supervisor Frazier,
Here.
Supervisor Chairman Rogers,
Here.
Supervisor Rodriguez, Supervisor Poitras.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, what?
So with that, we'll retire to closed session and we'll return after closed session.
And there's no public comment for closed session.
Oh, I'm sorry. We do need public comment. Is there any public comment for the closed session at this time? None. I'm not seeing anyone. We don't have anyone by comment. Okay. Thank you. Let's retire to closed session then. All healed. Do we have Rob back? Yeah. Great.
Ready to go.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good deal. Good deal. All right. We're returning from closed session, and County Council, do we have anything to report from closed session?
There are no reportable actions from your closed session, and you finalize your agenda. There is no need to return to closed session.
Okay, so we have some more items to discuss later on.
No, my apologies. You finished all the items.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you correctly. Thank you. So closed session is finished, and no reportable action. Okay, at this time, we're going to open and close our meeting in memory of. I have a couple of people that want to recognize this morning. First of all, Tony Machado, who's a very well-known member of our community. Tony was always active in supporting the community, giving to various aspects of that community, the Little League, the Rotary, all. I couldn't begin to name all of it. It just goes on and on. And Tony was also a personal close friend, the father-in-law of Russell and Annie Harris, Annie's father. So he will certainly be missed, and we remember him today, opening and closing in his memory. Also, Bill Beveridge, another longtime member of our community in Chowchilla, hardworking, God-fearing man who put his back into life, and the father of Sandy Hamilton, Jeff and Sandy Hamilton. Jeff is the manager of the Minturn Huller, and he's been good. They've been great friends for a long time. We've been very close with that family, and so I'm sorry to lose two good friends and two very good community members. They will be missed. Anyone else?
Yes.
Go ahead, Brett.
So this one should have been last week. I was not here in person, but wanted to open and close in the memory of John Suddeth. John was my neighbor growing up across the street from me. I went to church with him. He and Shirley were involved in everything, and just a wonderful man. I was always able to go to his house across the street, and so really miss him. Susan Toski passed away yesterday. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the Toski family. Also, Mabel De Silva Lang, Melissa and Krista Silva's aunt. But wonderful woman. My heart goes out to you, Melissa, and I know everything you did to care for her and give her just a wonderful life at the end. And so I just want to open and close and all of their memories.
Thank you. You had somebody? Okay, nobody? Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead, Rob.
there's a couple of individuals, and I like to mention one of them, and they're both COVID. Their deaths were COVID related, and Brett's already mentioned one of them, Susan Toski. She's a Glance, and they were our neighbors out in the farm world, and she's cousins with the Morgans and Freemans and people of and Tim De Silva's sister-in-law. And so, and then the other individual is class of 71, Nello Ferretti. I had no idea that he was ill, but I was just informed that this morning. Just a reminder, great people, but also we need to be, it looks like, we've got the vaccine on its way, and thank God, and it's being administered, but we still need to be vigilant and know that it's something that, especially for the more mature members of our society and our state and our community, that it can not only be harmful, it can be deadly. So it's something to keep in mind. Not only keep these families in your prayers, but also remain vigilant.
Yeah, thank you for that. I didn't mention it, but Tony Machado passed away from COVID as well. So, and I'm not sure about Bill Beveridge, but that it's deadly to some people, and to others it's not more than a cold. But we want to be careful with those who are most at risk, for sure. And aside from those who passed away, I'd like to mention a person that has COVID right now who is struggling, and he's in the hospital. He worked for this county for many years. That's Mike Red. And Mike Red is struggling right now. So remember him in your thoughts and prayers, if you would, because Birdie had it as well, and she recovered from it now. But Mike is struggling really, really. They're doing one more set of medications on him, and then he's got to go on a ventilator if this doesn't work. Let's just hope and pray that it works. Mike was a great employee for this county for many years, and is a good friend. We love him, and our thoughts and prayers go out to Bertie and him this morning and his whole family. So we're with you, Mike, in the fight.
It's important, I think, when we to remember people in our thoughts and prayers, but also in our actions,
Yes.
and making sure that we are doing the right things, and not over politicizing, but
Right.
being a good community member and working towards a healthy, safe community that we all can enjoy.
Right. When it comes down to is people.
Thank
we
you,
love
Dave.
we love people. Go ahead, Tom.
And I mentioned last week, but I'll mention it again. Sherry Mount is in the hospital and really, really sick. Grew up there. Her brother's Larry, over there, Rich. And so great lady, and I know she's really in bad shape. So thoughts and prayers too. So,
Yeah.
Again.
That's for sure. Yeah, we're all in this one together for sure. It's a
Yeah.
fight that we're in together. So we hope the best for everyone in the community, and it's kind of gotten a foothold here lately. So we hope
A
we
lot
can.
of friends and relatives now.
Yeah. But that's what it comes down to. So, okay, at this time we're going to have the invocation and pledge of allegiance, and I'll ask Pastor Fred Thurman of the New Life Assembly Church to come forward. He's going to lead us in the invocation, and then following that, I'll ask my good friend Rich Caglia if he'll lead us in the pledge of allegiance.
Help and your presence in our midst. We ask you to just fill this place today with your presence and with your knowledge, with your wisdom. We thank you, Lord, as we pray for all those that are struggling with this COVID and those that have lost family members, for your comfort, for your strength. And we ask the healing power of Jesus Christ to touch their lives, Lord, today. And God, we thank you for a quick cease to this thing, that it'll come quickly. We pray this morning and just acknowledge you in all of our decision making. We thank you, Father God, that we know that sometimes the ways of man leads us away from what's good for us. We ask that today, God, your decisions and your wisdom be given in all decisions made here. We thank you, Father God, that our nation is exalted when righteousness reigns. And so we praise you today. We give you glory. And we ask, God, your blessing in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Rich?
Thank you, Dave, for the privilege of the flag today. In honor of our great country, working together to flow as one, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Go to the consent calendar at this time. Or no, we have public comment.
Public comment.
Is there any public comment on the online?
The first 15 minutes of each regular session are set aside for members of the board not appearing on the agenda. The board will not take action on the items presented under public comment. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Anyone addressing the board is asked to print their name clearly on the speaker's sheet on the podium and state their name and county of residence for the record.
Okay, thank you. Anyone online that is waiting to speak that we know of? No indicator? Okay, and any member of the public here? So we have no public comment this time. That's amazing. That's kind of the first time in a long time we have.
I believe there's public comment, and Kit will be on just a second.
Who was that?
Eddie Fernandez?
Yeah, this is Eddie Fernandez from White Green Energy Fund, and Kit Patel is on. He's going to be unmuting himself. He's having an issue.
And Mr.
that-
Fernandez,
If you're
that-
speaking regarding an agenda item, it needs to wait until we call that item into the record.
My apologies, this is my first one.
This public comment is for anything that is not currently on the agenda.
Right. I was just fixing to say that, so thank you, Sarah, for catching it. Appreciate that. Okay. No public comments, so we'll go to the consent calendar. And just to note that we're going to have a couple of items pulled for separate discussion. Item N and item P as in Paul, N as in Nancy, P as in Paul. Then we're going to pull an item from the agenda and bring it back in January. That's item Y, as in yellow. Okay, so with those items in consideration, are there any questions concerning the consent calendar? Go ahead, Tom.
Item F and item H.
F as in Frank, H
Yeah.
as in Harry.
Right. Okay, on item F, that new contract with Ketchel, and on page 173, got on the bottom second paragraph, it's got 6% average annual increase. What does that start now? I mean, is that every year, or what? It don't say nothing else in the contract or anything else. That's the only place I see that.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Maria Castro, General Services Manager. The contract term is going to run from January 1st through June 30th, 2021, and the new rate would start then in January 1st.
So it'll be every year then?
It's only a year and a half. We've typically only extended the Kitchell contract
The
annually.
contract's a year and a half. I've seen it go.
Yeah, we're doing a year and a half
June
this
of
time.
22. So that'd be 6% for that 18 months?
Correct.
And what are our people going to get at that same time?
Our people.
Well, I hate to give somebody 6% when we don't give our people 6%, 3%, or whatever we might end up giving them.
So we haven't approved an increase for Kitchell in the last 2 years.
Yeah,
The
so
last increase
2018,
was in 2018. So the way that I looked at it was it would be a 3% a 3% increase that they would have received over the last 2 years is kind of how I was looking at the math on that one. I verified that in like the recent contract that Kitchell has entered into with other jurisdictions, our rates are either comparable or better. So that's kind of how I gauged the increase. I haven't approved an increase for them in the last 2 years and haven't presented one to you.
So it's a one-time 6% for 4.5 years, actually. Because it started at 18, 19,
Right.
20, 21, and 22.
Right, exactly.
Okay. I can live with that, I guess. Thank you. This pay scale that's in there, the chart that's got all the different pay people, is that with the 6% or is that before the 6%?
That's with the 6%.
before?
With the 6%.
With the- oh, okay.
Right. So
Well,
what
that's
we'll
good.
do, so we have the standard, we typically just use our project managers on that second list of rates.
Yeah.
However, if we have need for an architect or an estimator, then those would be the hourly rates they would charge us for additional
It's
work
already
outside of
built
just
in.
project management. But that's not typical. It would be a special circumstance.
Thank you. And item H,
Item H.
Becky.
Rebecca Martinez,
I
clerk
can't tell
recorder
if you're
register.
smiling, so I hope you're not sticking your tongue at me.
Well, I might be.
That's really great what you've done with that. I really appreciate it. I wonder about buying a pickup and what will you be using that pickup for in all election years?
So first of all, we applied for as much money as we could so that the county could get reimbursed their shares.
And I want to
So
thank you. You do that every year, so I
Yeah,
want to thank you for
we
that, 'cause
really
you
did.
do bring a lot of money in.
we did, and so what we did was we applied to the state for COVID money so that we didn't use as much of the county's COVID money. So part of the money that we're asking receipt of is money that we applied specifically to reimburse our budget because of our COVID expenses for the November election. In addition, we went out and got grant money from the Center for Tech and Civic Life. And quite frankly, when I applied for that grant, I thought we'd only get $5,000 and I was going to be happy, right? But we ended up getting $132,000 from them. They actually cut us the check and that money was deposited into a trust account. Now we're faced with losing that money if we don't spend it by the end of the year. So we have decided to allocate money to purchase a basic work truck to haul the trailer around in the odd years and in the even years. We have to remember outreach is part of our elections administration plan, and outreach is also required by law. The trailer, however, we couldn't use too much after we purchased it because of COVID. So we're hoping that in the 2021 cycle that we'll be able to move the truck around to different events because we still have to promote voter registration. We still have to promote those things and educate people. You must change your address when you move. You have to let us know when you've changed your name and things of that sort. So moving the trailer around to like the Oakhurst Fall Festival, the fair, the Old Timers Parade, the parade out at the ranchos, school functions. Yep, school functions that we haven't been able to do. We were going to use the truck for that. It will be wrapped, with your approval, it'll be wrapped just as the mobile vote center is wrapped now. So it's basically outreach when you just drive the truck out into the community. And likewise, if departments request the use of that truck, we have no problem because it's still putting our message out there in our community.
So it'll be in our, will it be in our maintenance yard?
It will be,
fleet,
yes, it will be.
That's
And
good, too.
Steve Von Flew will help us with the purchase and help us get a really good deal. So we're not going to buy a Cadillac. It's just a work truck. There are no trucks like that out there just for general use. The trucks we do have out there are used regularly by either maintenance or other.
If we got emergency, we could use it for something else.
Yes, yeah. If you want to drive around and,
Yeah, advertise.
vote safe, yeah. Yeah, we have no problem with that.
We have a town hall, huh?
And a town hall, absolutely. I mean,
thank
we
you.
want the
just-
message.
I want to make sure that we're covered with that. I just, and is it a Chevy?
I don't know. It's whatever Steve Von Flew says we can buy. Actually, there's a shortage out there. We haven't been able to buy a truck or even bid on
So
one
how to
because there
find
aren't
and
any
sell them
available.
right now.
I've heard that.
Pickups, yeah.
It will probably be whatever brand Steve can get the best deal on off the state contract. He's pretty good about that.
Yeah, I was wanting a Cadillac, but they said no.
I don't think they're on the state contract.
Thank you, Becky.
Thank you.
So,
Okay, good. Any questions from the public on the consent calendar?
move to approve consent calendar with pulling N and P, we'll discuss afterwards.
Separate
And-
discussions and then,
And pulling Y till January.
okay. I wanted to make note of something here. I forgot to do that. But we had some unanticipated revenue to the fire department in the amount of $74,000. And Matt, would you want to take a second just to let us know what's going on with the fire department? I just got on my desk this morning the planning section of Station 3, so that was really great to see that on my desk this morning. It's exciting to see Station 3 coming along. You can tell us about our equipment and what have you, just quick.
Yeah, so thank you, Supervisor Rogers. Yes, this fire station number 3 is moving along at 21 and 26. We got preliminary plans back, and we hope to have that first meeting on that structure soon. But yes, this $74,000, it'll go towards our shop, which our shop does all of our outfitting or upfitting of all of our vehicles. So it'll purchase a new drill press, some attachments, and some battery powered tools that allow them to do their job a little more efficiently. So thank you guys for letting us use that money to further benefit the fire department and the citizens of Madera, and we'll make sure that all that money gets used properly and makes our program much more efficient. So thank you.
And safer.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And our equipment is coming along, our capital purchase of equipment. We're really getting some great equipment for the fire department. We've come light years from where we were a few years ago, and that department's really getting an upgrade. So really appreciate that, Matt. Great job. Okay, no comment from the public. We'll come back to the board.
I'm sorry, supervisors. Good morning. This is Madeline Harris from Leadership Council. I actually had a public comment.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So Vicki Ortiz and Ms. Barbara Nelson from Fairmead Community and Friends submitted some written comments to you regarding item 5Y. And they actually asked me to read their comments aloud onto the record this morning as they're collecting some donations this morning for folks in the community of Fairmead. So they were unable to attend. So I'll just read their comments. And they said, that there is an extreme necessity for the project of the second well to be added for our community residents. There are concerns from the county when the weather gets hot during the summer and residents use more water than they do in the winter. We do understand that the overuse
I'm gonna stop you there, Madeline, because that item has been pulled for future consideration in January.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
In January.
I didn't realize
Okay.
you said why, so.
I couldn't even understand her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so with regards to residents' comments regarding this item, they just want to ensure that this moves forward as soon as possible. So we can continue discussing with you and comment in January.
It's been moved to January, so I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Matt?
Yes, Chairman Matt Treber, Chief of Development Services. I just want to make it clear to the public and the board, the movement of item 5Y to January is not in any way impacting the schedule of the project. So I just want to make that clear. Right. This is just making sure with our contractor that we have their budget, ultimate budget approval before the board. So that's all this is. It doesn't impact the schedule.
Thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate that. Okay, any other comment from the public on the consent calendar? Sorry, I had to stop in the midstream there, but that's the law. Okay, we've got a motion and second, and let's vote.
Who was second?
I was. Brett
Frazier.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chairman Rogers?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Very good. Okay, let's go to our 10:30
to NNP.
Mr. Chairman, I think NNP will be pretty brief, and you'd be able to knock those out before 10:35 if you'd like to do that.
Okay, so let's do that.
5N.
What is it? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I missed five. N and P. I had to look back there. I was distracted by myself. Okay.
So Michelle May is here to address 5N, Chairman.
Okay.
Morning, Chairman, members of the board. Michelle May with Human Resources. So 5N, there was a replacement of the resolution that was provided, and there are additional copies back at the back of the room for the public as well. The correction was simply to indicate that the longevity pay had not been included on the previous resolution, so I apologize for that. And so the information that's on page 2, and that is page 2 under number 3. So the updated salary information reflects Ms. Saldati's proposed new range with this particular item. And if you have any other questions, of course, I'm available.
Okay,
And Matt Treber's here as well.
Any comment from the public on item N? N as in Nancy, 5N. None? Bring it
to
back to the
approve.
board. Motion to approve. Is there a second?
Have a second.
Motion second. Let's vote.
So I'm sorry, our challenge is we can't see your lips move, so we're not sure who made the
Max,
motion.
Max made the
Tom
second.
and Max.
Okay, great, thank you. Supervisor Wheeler,
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier,
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras,
Yes.
Chairman Rogers.
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Okay. Item 5P.
Susan Carter is here to address 5P for you, board.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. I'm simply here to answer any of your questions, but this item is being brought before you because of a legal requirement that the county has under Labor Code Section 1182.12, Subdivision B, where we are required to pay our employees at least California's minimum wage. That does increase January 1, 2021 to $14 an hour. And so we did have a few classifications in our clerical technical unit that are below that. And so this is to rectify that, to bring them up to the $14 minimum wage amount. And then we will be meeting with the unit after January 2021 to negotiate the impacts of that.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the public on item P? None. Bring it back to the board. What's your pleasure?
Move to approve.
Motion
Second.
Motion made and second. Let's vote.
Supervisor Wheeler,
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras,
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier,
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Chairman Rogers.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Okay. So that dispenses with the calendar, consent calendar. So we'll go to our 10:30, which would be public hearings, item 7A.
Agriculture and Preserve Farmland Security Zone Program as listed on the agenda.
Okay. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Treber, Chief of Development Services. I also have Kamara Biologi, Planner 2 within the Planning Division. So for the sake of a time and a full schedule, we do have a PowerPoint presentation. However, this is our annual item. If it's the board's will, we can certainly walk through that presentation for you on these contracts if you would like. Otherwise, we are here and available for any questions you might have.
I think we probably got this pretty down after a while here. Any questions from the public on item 7A? It is a hearing. We're going to open the public hearing on this item. Any public for or against on this item? No public has come forward, so I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for consideration.
Move to approve.
Motion made.
Second.
Motion made and second. Let's vote.
Supervisor Frazier,
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras,
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler,
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Chairman Rogers.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Okay. Item 8.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Stephanie Agneson, Director of Water and Natural Resources. I'm here with Mike Linden, Deputy County Counsel, as well as Greg Young, who is on our WebEx. We have a short presentation for you this morning. I know that you're familiar with the material on the allocation already, but we're going to review it briefly, and then we have a resolution for you to consider. So I want to make sure the presentation's projecting.
Don't see it yet.
Okay. Let me talk through it while IT helps. So we will go briefly through some background, the legal framework, and then I'll walk you through the 5 allocation concepts, including principles behind the allocation, water types, process, farm units and farm unit zones, and monitoring. So I could tell you what the bar graph looks like, but it might be worth waiting for IT.
Use mine?
Yeah,
So
we have them in front of us, but public doesn't, so that's
right. So I'll talk through this a little bit as it comes up. So what we have done is we've taken a look at the evapotranspiration of plants within the county GSA. So this is essentially looking at crops over time, and your board became aware of this problem both anecdotally and from what we were showing when Greg Young did some analysis. But we have basically a significant upward trend in water use over time. Aha.
Hey, Jay.
All right, so there you have it, and Greg has fitted a line to each of those, but you can see that we have an upward trend in terms of water use. And thank you, Jay. Mike Linden presented last time on the legal framework behind an allocation. The summary is that allocations are consistent with our groundwater sustainability plans. The GSP is required to have components within it that avoid undesirable results. And some of those, not all, but some of them are featured on the slide, including the chronic lowering of groundwater levels, reduction in storage, land subsidence, and water quality issues. So any allocation system we implement must take into consideration avoiding undesirable results. We have worked over the course of a year and a half with your advisory committee. We've developed principles behind an allocation. We've modified them with their feedback as well as we've moved through the process. I made you aware of discussions regarding fairness and equity last time, as well as adding item G, which had to do with economic stability. We are using an allocation approach that has 2 types of water: sustainable yield, which is native groundwater that exists from seepage and percolation, as well as transitional water, which is essentially overdraft, but will allow us to transition over time towards a more sustainable method of water use. Transitional water decreases over time. The approach we're suggesting is a process where we have groundwater rights users every 5 years opting in to access overlying water. Then we have every year the opportunity to pump sustainable yield and then transitional yield. We anticipate a rate structure developed next year. I've already transitioned to 2021 to accommodate both types of water. We've talked through the farm unit zones. This allows people to group their parcels together, and it will reflect real-world farming conditions. These could be parcels that are owned by the same family or operated or managed. And then we've talked through monitoring, and this includes using satellite technology to estimate water use. We have a third-party vendor and a contract. We've already done a couple of
letters to let people know about this, as well as have a workshop to let people know exactly how their water use would be monitored. So it is a staff recommendation to adopt an allocation approach. There was a resolution in your packet that outlined what I just went over. I would be glad to answer any questions, and Mike Linden and Greg Young are available as well.
Okay, any questions from the board at this time?
Long time coming.
You worked this out. I appreciate the approach and everything that you did to get to this point, and all the hard work. And I mean, you can tell that this was well thought through, developed, and can't thank you enough for being here, a part of Madera County, when we need you the most. We really appreciate you, Steph.
Supervisor Poitras.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Stephanie and the staff, for all the hard work and getting us here. And of course, we know we're just at the beginning. But realistically, what year are we looking at actual groundwater reductions taking effect? You know, we're looking at next year is going to be a lot of, I guess, studies and taking a look at consumption and getting things in line. But are we going to be looking at, say, like 2022 potentially?
Yeah, I think that's a likely hypothesis, Supervisor. I mean, we have a rate structure. We have to legally go through a process with a rate study. And I think once people have a strong financial signal to decrease water use, these are businesses and they will heed that.
Right. And then we'll be looking at playing some catch-up ball too from, you know, we're looking at, and we've talked about this in the past, but we're looking at 2020, 2021. And if we're really not looking at cutting back on usage until 2022, we're going to have to take that into consideration. You know, I guess that's more of a statement rather than a question.
Yeah, it does put us behind the 8 ball.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
All right. Any questions from the public on this item?
You did receive one letter from Igal Trabach that I have discussed with his representative as well. They are in general supportive, but would like more details added in terms of the farm unit. And so I know that you have this letter, and we've discussed it with them. They also understand the need to move forward and to work through those details in 2021.
Very good, thank you. We have a speaker coming to the mic. Recognize her even with her mask on there. Good morning, Christina.
Good morning, Chair and other supervisors. Thank you for your time. Not necessarily a question, but more of a comment. Christina Beckstead, Executive Director at Madera County Farm Bureau. To Supervisor Poitras' comment, you know, one of the things to take into consideration is that the reduction is based on a 5-year rolling. So you have, there's a reporting requirement every 5 years. So as long as we hit whatever that target is for that 5-year period, that we should be okay. So if we don't get it this year and we don't take out next year, as long as we're reduced by, I believe it's 10% by 2025, that we should still be in line with whatever the sustainability plan is. And I think most of the growers understand that and anticipate, and some of that is already happening. And fingers crossed that it all goes well and it continues down that path. But I think a lot of the growers in that area are consciously aware of what needs to be done and the things and how to do it. But they are waiting for that clarification, and there's a little more that needs to be, I think, flushed out from a technical standpoint, not a technical standpoint, but from, you know, logistics and specifics that they're looking for. So I think there's still a lot of questions as to that, but this is kind of the first step in the right direction. And I want to commend Stephanie for the great work and the team in getting this all accomplished. So thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments from the public on this item? If not, we're going to close the public hearing. Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep commenting a little too late, Supervisor Rogers. If it's all right, I have some brief
Go
comments
ahead.
as well. Okay, thank you. So this is Madeline from Leadership Council again. I wanted to thank the board for a lot of your comments recently stressing the importance of demand reduction in Madera County, especially in order to protect drinking water for your constituents. And we see allocations as a really important tool for moving forward on SIGMA implementation and enforcing quantifiable demand reduction. And I also wanted to thank Stephanie for coordinating an outreach session for people who work with small and socially disadvantaged farmers across the Madera subbasin after this was elevated as a need. And I know that this board has made comments in the past regarding the need to protect small farmers. So I just wanted to echo that ongoing outreach to small and socially disadvantaged farmers will be critical. And I also just wanted to briefly comment in support of moving forward with an allocations approach and stress the importance of ensuring that demand reduction doesn't occur unevenly across the subbasin. So based on what we've heard from self-help staff running the domestic well replacement program, it looks like we're already seeing clusters of domestic wells run dry. They're concentrated around large swaths of water-intensive crops. And so if we allow for overpumping to be concentrated in a few areas, that could obviously have devastating impacts to drinking water. So all that to say, we support an allocations approach that enforces quantifiable demand reduction, protects drinking water, and avoids concentrated areas of overpumping. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments from the public on this item? It's a public hearing.
Chairman, just for the record, items 8A and 8B are not public hearings. Item 7A was, however, in the interest of working collaboratively with our partners, you have allowed for the 10:30 time slot so that those that do want to participate don't have to wait. So, yep.
It's listed under the public hearing section, but you're right, it's separated. So, okay, members of the board, Supervisor Frazier.
Yeah, I just want to point out, I think both the speakers made good points. I want to point out kind of what Christina had said about now they know what needs to be done over that 5-year average. And what I've always said is on this board is, people can make plans and go forward based on a yes or a no, but never a maybe or never a we'll get back to you. Or so in that interest, we need to move forward on this with quantifiable, real plan so that people can start making plans based on that and actually getting into that compliance and figuring out ways to do it. And they can't figure out ways to do it if we don't give them that those guidelines. As much as we hate to be the regulator, we are. And so with that and with all of the work that's been put into it and all the time and effort and outreach and working together with people, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Okay. Supervisor Rodriguez did want to say something, so.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I think your instructions were whenever we speak, we should lower our max down so we can clarify what we're saying.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah.
It does
I apologize. I'm getting so used to it, apparently.
Yeah. No worries.
Second.
Thank you, Max. Any further discussion on the item? If not, I'll hear a motion.
I've made the motion, I believe.
Okay, motion is made and seconded by Tom. Thank you.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Hard to hear.
Yes.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chairman Rogers?
Yes.
Vote is adopted 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you. We have a short presentation on other things we work on other than the allocation. It will be short.
And that's item 8B, a presentation to the board and update on the Madera County Groundwater Sustainability Agencies.
So we have several items that are ongoing. We are currently working on that rates study that Supervisor Poitras alluded to. We have migration to put all of our data into a data management system. And then Greg Young and I have continued to speak with the Bureau of Reclamation about expanding the place of use that would allow the 200 acre feet that is allocated, that has a contractual allocation within the CVP to be used outside of Hidden Lake Estates, used for Hidden Lake Estates, but also used outside, and would allow us to take flood flow water. We do have a bunch of public meetings. We recently did a water market workshop number 3 to launch a simulation next year. We also, and in January, you can see there's 3 more meetings: the water market simulation launch, our grant from the Department of Conservation on strategic agricultural land conservation. We're having an update on January 14th. We have another workshop on satellite technology, January 20th, and then we're going to come back and do recharge. These are all public workshops from January and February. And just so your board is aware, the work continues on our domestic well inventory in the Chowchilla Basin. And in the Madera Subbasin, we just received results from an RFP, and our partner agencies are reading those proposals and ranking. We are also actively working with Tristan on Prop 68 implementation funds for recharge in the Chowchilla and Madera subbasins as well. And while doing that, we have kept the flood agency afloat, no pun intended. But thank you. Thank you. Always a good pun. We are wrapping up a construction of seepage berms for our levees on the Fresno River. We submitted a permit, the 1602, back to Fish and Wildlife, and Jeannie is wrapping up a Prop 84, very old grant for Arundo and sediment removal. So
how many times does that make we've shipped that back to them?
3, maybe. So I don't want to jinx it, but I feel that we have distilled their comments. We have something I think can get approved. They have 30 days from the date they received an acknowledged payment, which was at the beginning of the month.
Full advantage of that once we get that permit, and engage the ag community as strongly as possible to take full advantage of this permit that we're going to get.
Absolutely, and work with all of our partners, because as you know, we have a lot of authority with the flood agency, but not a lot of funds.
Right.
So we need to be able to work with partnerships.
We need to partner with everybody to remove that sediment, get the Arundo eradicated as much as possible, and all of that. So, very good.
That's all I have.
Well, thank you very much. That's excellent. Excellent report.
Thank you.
Any comment on the report from the public? Hearing none, come back. I'm going to go to item 6C. Should be a quickie. C as in cat.
Assembly Bill 571, Introduction and Ordinance adding Section 2.09.060 to Chapter 2.09 to the County Municipal Code, formally setting no limit on campaign contributions.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the board. At your meeting last month, we presented to you a change in the law which would move Madera County from status quo to matching certain elective state office candidates when it comes to campaign contributions. And the direction to our office was to come back with an ordinance. And what I also have on the agenda for recommended approval is a resolution, which if approved would expire when the ordinance becomes effective. As you know, there's a first reading unless it's an urgency ordinance, a second reading, and ordinances go into effect 30 days thereafter. This resolution would prevent any gaps so that there are no inadvertent mistakes if any elected officials within the County of Madera wish to receive and accept campaign contributions. So if there are any questions from you or members of the public, I'm here to answer them.
Okay. Any questions from the public on this item?
Good morning. Yes, this is Madeline Harris from Leadership Council. My colleague, Olivia, who is our civic engagement coordinator, submitted a letter to you all this morning. I know it was, shortly before your meeting, so I'll highlight some of the main points of that letter. But to get down to the gist of it, we strongly urge you not to adopt this ordinance. A just democracy is one that is beholden to the public good and not to private interests, particularly the interests of those who can pay to play. We are concerned that by eliminating limits to campaign contributions, the Board of Supervisors could allow private interests to disproportionately determine the outcome of our elections and drive public policy, as well as those who have a greater financial ability to contribute to political campaigns could therefore have more influence on the decisions and priorities of elected officials. A limit on campaign contributions thus levels the playing field, protecting those who do not have the financial means to contribute to campaigns from having their needs ignored or their voices excluded in public policy decisions. Limiting campaign contributions is a critical way to uphold the personal freedoms of your constituency. It will protect the rights of the vast majority of Madera County residents, working people who do not have unlimited financial resources at their disposal, by ensuring that corporate interests and other wealthy donors do not have more sway in elections and local policy than everyday Madera County residents. So just to kind of sum it up, we would urge you not to adopt this ordinance and instead to either accept the statewide limit included in AB 571 or to establish a local limit that is lower. And again, as an organization that works with some of your most vulnerable low-income constituents whose neighborhoods are often polluted by those with the means to benefit from an unfair and unequal pay-to-play scheme if no limitations are placed on campaign contributions, we ask that the board reject this ordinance. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from the public? Supervisor Wheeler.
I'm going to move to approve item 6C. And, it's just not one of those deals that where the state's getting involved with the city and the county's way we run things. And
Exactly.
it just, it just irks me that they can't do their own stuff worth a darn up in Sacramento, but they still want to try to control what the counties and the cities do, which we have to make everything work. We have to balance our budget. We have to do everything compared to what they do.
Right.
So it's time for them to just do what they got to do in Sacramento and leave us alone.
Right. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it, but I wanted to kind of speak to that and kind of what so the donations go to getting the message out and getting to the people. And the people are still who elect us. They are still the power. The campaign contributions are to be able to get that message out and be able to get out to the people. This, to be honest, as a seated supervisor in an elected position, it would be better for me to set limits to be able to stave off any challenger, because they could never get enough money in their bankroll to be able to oppose me. This, I believe, actually levels the playing field in a different way, where it allows for challengers to come in and keep that competition going. That's where I'm at. At the end of the day, to call it a pay-to-play, more important to me than any donation I've ever gotten is the donation of time from a constituent that doesn't have any money to give, that would rather walk precincts or call. Those have always been the people that I remember and see and just want the best for their community. And I think at the end of the day, the important part is voting for those people that cannot be corrupted by a campaign donation, regardless of the amount. If someone has $25 to give and it's hard for them to make their rent that month. That means the world to me when that happens. And I know what they did to the sacrifice they made to even give $5 or $25 or their Saturday doing that. And it's important to keep the integrity of our electoral process, of our campaigns, and getting the ability to get out to the people and talk to them. And that's what the money is for. And so I understand your hesitancy on it, but I will second that motion.
Yeah, I want to make a quick comment on this before I turn it over to Tom, has a comment as well. I'm going to be a little counterintuitive to what was said earlier, and that is that from experience in my last 3 elections, I was outspent by my opponents, and yet here I sit. So let me be counterintuitive and say that it's not the amount of money you receive, it's the people's choice. And the people will make that choice based on the information they're hearing. And like Brett said, that money is to get the information out. So if you're going to speak about exactly what Supervisor Frazier said, I would be limiting the abilities of my opponents to go against me, having been elected 3 times. I think it's counterintuitive, and it says exactly what has happened from my experience. So, Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll second both of you guys' stuff, but I was just going to say that this actually can help somebody out there. When I ran the first time, I had no money at all, and myself to put in, and if I didn't have, I had the message out there that I could do a good job, and that's what I campaigned on. And Joe Blow on the street could come do the same thing. He's got the message. People are going to give him money, her, whatever it is, no matter what. So it's how you campaign, and you can't campaign in nowadays finances without that money.
I wanted to say one other thing about this, and then I'll be quiet. I know Supervisor Poitras has something to say, but many of the contributions that I receive go right back into the community in the form of contributions to VFWs, to American Legion, to Rotary, to law enforcement organizations. So much of that money, there's probably more of it that goes back into the community than into the actual campaign. And I know that's true for each of my fellow supervisors. Anyway, Supervisor Poitras, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're kind of talking philosophically about, campaign contributions and so forth. But when there's a bill that's passed, I always like to go back to the root and find out, who wrote the bill and for what purpose. And I think if we do that in this particular case, we're going to find out that the bill was written by a legislator who would benefit in his next election from this legislation. Exactly. So we've been talking about all this stuff, but I mean, just the mere fact that we're forced to even talk about this, it's because of what I consider to be ill intent by a legislator from Sacramento that, again, passed this legislation and had this passed for his own benefit, his or her own benefit. I think it's a guy. So for that reason, it just needs to be rejected.
Absolutely. Thank you. Supervisor Rodriguez.
You know what? We shouldn't kid ourselves. As far as money during campaigns, it's needed. Yeah. When I ran, I've been in office 16 years, but say 18 when I was preparing to run, I didn't have any money at all, very little. So the substitute to that is you have to knock on doors, talk to people, and relay that information of what you plan to do in the future. But let's not kid ourselves. Money is very important in these campaigns, especially now. It's getting worse and worse and worse. Yep. But I agree with you with this action that we're going to take right now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and let's vote.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chairman Rogers?
Yes.
Vote approved, 5-0.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, we're going to go to the item 6A at this time and begin a recognition of a man who has dedicated 16 years of service to this county, and we all appreciate him. I'm going to give the floor to Letty and let her say a word, and I know we'll all have something we're going to want to say, but go ahead, Letty.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Letty Gonzalez, District Chief of Staff to Supervisor Rodriguez for 3 more weeks. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item. Under normal circumstances, we would be at a celebratory reception celebrating and honoring Supervisor Rodriguez for his 16 years of service to Madera County. But unfortunately, we're not able to safely do that. So we hope that this will suffice at least. And thank you for allowing us to do it during this time frame. We have several members of Supervisor Rodriguez's family and friends who are logged in online watching right now. And we have some members of his family that are here, which I'm sure he'll introduce momentarily. But to set the tone, we have created a small tribute that we want to share with you. We have some presentations and we have some members from some partner agencies that are here that would like to say a few words. So,
Okay,
Sarah?
proceed.
No.
Play it first.
It's always the third time.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I never knew. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I think to myself, what a wonderful
It's a beautiful morning. Think I'll go outside for a while. Taking some clean, fresh air. The weather's fine and you've got the time. It's your chance to wake up and plan another brand new day. It's a beautiful morning. Oh, each bird keeps singing his own song. I got to be on my way now. I've got to double ground. You couldn't keep me down. But ain't no good in the sunshine and you feel inside, still inside, still inside. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed, you just remember what your old past said. Boy, you got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got trouble, and I got them too. There isn't anything I wouldn't do for you. We stick together, see it through, 'cause you got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Some other folks might be a little bit smarter than I am, big and stronger too, maybe, but none of them will ever love you the way I do. It's me and you, boy, and as the years go by, our friendship will never die. You're gonna see it's our destiny. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me.
so good, been a wild little crazy ride. Yeah, we've had the time of our lives. So smile that smile if you cry some tears for us. It's been good, but it isn't goodbye. It's just adios for now, my amigos. Till the next time, bye con Dios. Just like the sun in the west sinking down, yeah, it won't be that long till I see you around. Man, we sure have had us some good times, enough to last us all till the next time. So raise your glass for one last tequila toast. Adios for now, my amigo. Had our days where the skies were blue and clear. Got a heart full of Silverado souvenirs for all these years that we've been through. Man, I say amen and tip my hat to you. We all knew there was bound to come a day when a cowboy would ride away and say, adios for now, my amigos. Till the next time, bye con Dios. Just like the sun in the west sinking down, yeah, it won't be that long till I see you around. Man, we sure have had us some good times, enough to last us all till the next time. So raise your glass for one last tequila toast. Adios for now, my amigo.
Oh, wow. How do you talk after that?
Yeah.
So we have a few presentations, but if I may, I just want to tell Supervisor Rodriguez how much I appreciate him for everything that he has done. It has been an absolute pleasure working for you for the last 13 and a half years. And I want to thank you for taking a chance on me. I was interviewing amongst some very talented and very bright individuals, because I know this because you left the applications and resumes of everyone who I interviewed amongst on your desk, and you asked me to file them on the first day. So thank you for taking a chance on me, whether it's been a soccer clinic or a river cleanup or a Parkwood water system meeting amongst the community. And yes, even those 7 a.m. Friday morning high-speed rail task force meetings. It's been such a joy. It's been the honor of my life to serve with you and to work for you and with you for District 4 and for the County of Madera. So thank you. And on a personal note, I just want to say thank you for taking me under your wing. You filled a void for me, and were that father figure when I needed one. So thank you to your family for sharing you with us, and I'll give it to the rest of the members of the board. Thank you.
Eddie, that was fabulous. That video was very, very good.
That jerked the tears out of all of us.
Mr. Chairman, I have a few words to say.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Go ahead, Max.
Just a few words on my departure from Madera County Board of Supervisors. People ask, will I miss not being in this office? And I have to say, yes, I will. But you know what? It is time to give somebody else the opportunity to serve in this position. My successor is very qualified to serve as he had been my chief of staff for 13 years. He knows the in and outs of this county, how it operates. Lady Gonzalez. Lady, thank you. I have worked with wonderful people throughout the years. I wouldn't trade that for the world. The people of Madera should be proud of the people that they elect to this board. Not only the elected, but the rank and file, the people that do the paperwork. They are great. They are the backbone of Madera County. At this time, I would like to recognize some people that are here, my relatives, my wife, Sarah Rodriguez, my nephew, Davis, Juliana, my beautiful little granddaughter, Juliana, she's out there. And my friend, our friend, Gary Schreiber. Yes. Our relatives, Anthony Herrera and his wife, Teresa Herrera, they're right in front. And a true friend, supporter that's helped me all the time when I run for re-election, Jesse Lopez. Thank you very much. Well, yes, and one of our truly important relatives of our family is Irene Gomes. Irene, stand up, please. I almost missed her. She's great.
That's great, Max. Thank you for those introductions. And I know each of the board members want to say something, and I'll start it off, and then we'll just work our way around the table there. But Max, got to compose myself here. I'm tender-hearted, and I don't like change much. I like when I have a friend that means a lot to me. I'm as loyal as a Labrador Retriever, and I don't like to say goodbye, and I don't like to have things change such that we miss the people we love. I've truly grown to love Max Rodriguez as a friend. Max is a leader. He's an influencer. He has shaped the community of Madera County for future generations. He brought great leadership to that role. But I just thought about a few things about Max I wanted to mention, and these are not profound. They're obvious. They're obvious about Max. First of all, Max is always dressed to the nines. Max always has perfect hair. You saw the pictures. I mean, it's true. Every hair in place. Max always has a delightful sense of humor and a smile that's absolutely infectious. Max was always on our board the senior with wisdom. Max is always the gentleman. Always. In fact, if there was a characteristic that stood out, my wife said to me about Max, those two things about him being dressed to the nines and that he was always a gentleman. And she always appreciated that about Max as well. Max is always our brother on the board, and Max will always be our friend. Thank you, Max.
Thank you, Dave.
I turned off my microphone so you didn't hear sniffling. I think it was some other reason I shouldn't be here. I first met Max was able to work with him when I was on the city council of Madera, and opposite sides, you get this idea of who somebody is. not that we should be on opposite sides. But getting to come and work with Max at the county, I found a true friend. Some of my favorite times of being on this board have been our drives to Sacramento or San Francisco or some deal where I was able to really get to know Max the person, see how much devotion he has to family, and you can tell that because first thing he always asks is, how's your family? And someone who cares about theirs always wants to know how someone else's is doing. And we would get to go to these places and you know, we were coming from different sides of the aisle. Politics may not have always lined up, but there was something that we always had, and that was a desire for the betterment of the community. And you see that in Max's votes. He votes for the people. He votes with his heart, with his mind. And we're usually on the same side on most of those. And so, you know, you get them right, Max. I loved watching that. One of the great things about Max is his humility. I remember the first thing when you go in and your first meeting with Max in his office, he has you sit in his desk in his chair in the power position, and it's the coolest thing. I've seen how it just opens people up to really being able to have that conversation, and in a world of politicians with huge egos and you're this rare breed that people know that they can trust and count on because you're always there, and I've learned that I can always count on you. And but the best part is Max also takes that to other offices. When it's not his office, he'll sit in the senator's chair. There was nothing funnier than when we were waiting for Senator Borges, and so Max was just sitting in his chair waiting for him, and Senator Borges came in like he was attending a meeting of Max's. So it was one of the funniest things I'd ever seen. And Max's dry sense of humor is one of the most amazing things, and I love it when we're out at some place and Max will either hit you on the shoulder if he's right next to you or if he's across the table, and you see that twinkle in his eye. You know he's about to just drop one of the funniest jokes, and it just is right here, and it's amazing. You're a statesman. You know, there's times when we're in our in closed session or up here, you are able to get the whole board to come back to the point and understand what we're talking about and bring it back to what's good for the people and not what's good for each of us individually. And that is an amazing, amazing quality, and I can't thank you enough for it. You bring that to us. High-speed rail, you have been the champion for that. When it was not popular, still isn't always popular, but you bring it in a way to bring it down to what it means to the people, and love the fact that we can call you the godfather of high-speed rail. I've learned so much from you, Max.
Thank you.
You've taught me things that I will forever be indebted to you for, on how to be a public servant, of how to care for the people first, and put aside politics, put aside personal ego, and be there for the people. The residents of Madera County, all of Madera County, are better because you gave so selflessly of yourself for the last 16 years. And that's just what we can measure based on sitting in office. But I know that you have you have given to the public for much longer than that, and you will continue to do so after because you don't know how to quit. I love you, Max. Thank you for everything you've done for me.
Figure out how to do this. Get used to this stupid thing, and it's not easy. Well, I don't even know where to start, except to call him my brother. I've probably known him longer than anybody except his family out there. When I was a young kid out of high school, I went to work at the sawmill, in the sawmill itself, and Max Station was right behind me. He was the cutoff guy, and I was the strip catcher, they called it. And I got to know that gentleman, the way I could say it, because when they blow a whistle at the sawmill, you start all the machinery starts, and you start to work. If you're not there, your ass is grass. And he's a union boss at the mill also. So he's right behind me. And every time that the breaks come, like at 10 o'clock, whatever time it was, the whistle blows, everything shuts down, and Max walks over to the air hose and blows himself all off and gets his hair just perfect, just like they were saying. That's the first thing I noticed about that man. and I'll never forget that. And when I got elected, he was one of my mentors too, just like Brett was saying. He had already been on 2 years, and I asked him if he remembered those days. He said, "Oh, yes, I do." He drove up and down to North Fork 26 years, him and his brother and 2 other gentlemen, every day, and Saturdays too, to work at that sawmill. And he had quite a reputation up there. I can't hardly go to town, the post office or a store or something, and somebody will say, "Hey, say hi to Max for me, would you? How's Max doing?" And just, they don't forget him. And that was 60 years ago, so you know. Oh, it was quite the times in those days. And he is the godfather of HSO, I put high-speed rail. I was the chairman that year when they first started really coming through and starting to do stuff here in Madera. And we had a hearing here on it, what we were going to do and not do. And this place was packed. That's when we could do that. Can't do it now. This place would be overflowing right now if it wasn't for this stupid COVID we have.
Right.
It would be, I can't tell you how many people wanted me to tell them when we was going to do something, but I couldn't because I knew we couldn't gather. But we had this place full, and I was totally against it. I just couldn't believe that this thing had ever worked. And after the hearing, I think we voted no, not even to support it at that time, if I remember. But then Max got me aside, and he says, "Brother, we got to talk about this." And he says, "You know it's coming. We are not going to have no choice, so what do we do to make it better for our citizens? We get every ounce of stuff we can get from the high-speed rail to our benefit, Madera County and their citizens." And I went home that night and I thought about that. And I said, I had team meetings every Friday morning in those days at 7 a.m. And I have Republicans, Tea Party guys, Independents, Democrats, all on my team. I got around 12. And it could run up to 14, 15, and down to 6, 8, 9 or something. But most of them are pretty dedicated. And we first started talking about it. I used to bring stuff that was on the agenda for the next week up, and so we could discuss it and make sure I thought, the right decision on some of the things I was going to make a decision on. And I come to that meeting on the high-speed rail. That's all we talked about for an hour and a half. And when I got done preaching what Max preached to me, I changed my mind. And from that point on, I stood behind the grandfather of high-speed rail because I was going to fight for everything that we could get from Madera County when that came through. Because it was coming, as you can see. Go out here on 145 and see that big bridge. And this benefited us. It really has. And the whole board kind of chimed on, and we all stuck together. We filed a lawsuit. We won it. I mean, one night they had discussions to 10 o'clock Monday night before the Tuesday board meeting on what they had to do to benefit our people. And they did it. He was the man. And he don't get excited. He don't yell like any of the rest of us do or cuss or anything. But when he says something, you better pay attention because he has thought it out. And he's going to say what he thinks is the best for our people. I got to look at all my notes here. And has anybody got that smile? You can't see it now. There's nobody that smiles like Max Rodriguez. I don't care where you are. We can go to Sacramento, D.C. Ask Henry out there. He knows. Hi, Henry. When he comes around, everybody listens. Everybody looks at him, and he's a gentleman. He never stops. I could go on probably for hours of all the stuff that he's helped me with, and he has been like a brother to me. And I got one story I got to say about him and his brother Philip. When I always thought I was a tough sucker when I was young, but when I went to work at that sawmill, it makes you figure out whether you are tough or you're not. And so Glenn Drake was our boss at that time, and he called me on a Friday night, wanted to know if I wanted to work on Saturday. Well, you know, we were all poor in those days, so we tried to all work on Saturdays for the overtime. And so I said, sure, I'll do it. What do you want me to do? And he says, you're going to pull chain, and that's pulling those heavy, wet lumber off of the chain where it's going out to be stacked, and we stack it, and then the loader comes and moves it, and we just do that all day long, 8 hours. And so they give you it's a 3/8 inch thick leather apron, and the gloves are mittens, and they're probably 1/8 inch thick leather. There's lots of slivers. And so I started doing that, and about 30 minutes I thought I was dying. And they come over and said, hey, Wheeler, you want to make it through the day? And I said, I don't think I am. I think I'm about done. And they said, well, here's what you got to do. Don't you think you can use all your muscle to do that. Use the chain, use the leverage and stuff like that. And I made it through that day. I was probably sore for a week, but I wouldn't have made it through that day if it wasn't for Max and Philip. So thank you again. It's been a really pleasure working with you, Max. I just can't tell you how it has been. Thank you.
Supervisor Poitras, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Roll along.
Yeah, I haven't broken for lunch yet. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to share a few things. First of all, I think it was Brett that mentioned something about that Max was the senior with wisdom. And I guess my question is, what does that make Tom?
Hey.
I don't know. So maybe my senior. Good. That's a good thing because yeah. All right. Very good. I've had a chance to work with Max since about 2004. We were elected to public office the same year. I was elected to the city council when Max was elected to the board of supervisors, and so for the first 12 years. I had a chance to work with Max on different commissions, LAFCO, MCTC, other types of events, and he was always somebody that I thought was remarkable in terms of he was a man of few but profound words. You know, there's a lot of politicians these days who love to take the oxygen out of the room, and they think the more they talk, you know, the more people will listen, and they don't realize the less people listen or the less influence they're going to have. And I think that Max realized that because whenever he did say something, people would. It's like E.F. Hutton, you know, my broker's E.F. Hutton, and E.F. Hutton says, you know, so that was always good. The other thing is that. I always found Max to be very true to his beliefs. He has a sense of honor and decorum that is missing today. And I know that there's been a little bit of talk about being on different side of the fence politically with Max. And, I never found that. I found Max to be a guy that, he wasn't driven by a political ideology. He was driven by, it's like I'm talking, sorry, Max, it's like I'm talking at your funeral. It's not you were, it's you are. So anyway, he operates, based on his own value system, his own sense of what's right and what's wrong, and it's not, again, based on some political ideology. So I always, really appreciate it, because really, when you think about local policy making, decision making, there's nothing right or left or middle ground or whatever. It's what makes sense for the people that we represent, and it's really, I think, the best level of representation. So those are things I always, admire and appreciate. And the last thing I'd like to say to Max is, even though you're leaving the Board of Supervisors, it's not time to retire, it's time to refire. So I'm looking forward to, you've got a lot of wisdom, you've got a lot of experience, you've got a lot of contacts, you know how the system works, and I'm looking forward to seeing your participation in other things around the community. So thanks so much, and it's been a great honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Excellent. We appreciate all these kind word thoughts. Yes. Well deserving, Max. Well deserved. Well deserved. At this time, Letty, you guide us through the presentations, please.
Public
comment. I'm Congressman Jim Costa, and I want to thank the Madera County Board of Supervisors today for allowing me an opportunity to single out a person who has done so much good for the people of Madera County. I'm talking about our fellow colleague, Supervisor Max Rodriguez, who's retiring at the end of this year after years of dedicated service to the people of Madera. Max, my friend, I think you're too young to retire, but I think your wife, Sarah, has different ideas. And congratulations for you and your entire family, because you've always understood the importance of public service. All the different capacities in which you've made a difference, whether it be on the Madera County Fair Board, or whether it's working in other capacities to serve the people of our valley and our community. We've worked together on the high-speed rail effort. We've worked together on the Madera Chamber of Commerce. Anytime that there's been an opportunity for you to make a difference, you've been fully engaged. And I thank you. We thank you for that effort. I have a congressional resolution honoring the years of hard work and contributions that you've made to the people of Madera County. Unfortunately, with COVID-19, I can't be there in person to present it. However, I want you to know that we all appreciate how much you've done. You've always been a friend to me, as you've always been a friend to the people of Madera County. You've always put your community first, and your family, I know, is so proud of you, as I am, as I know your colleagues with the board are so very proud of what you've been able to accomplish. So, my friend, onward and upward. I hope that as you begin a new path on this journey in life that we all live, that there'll be other ways in which you can feel satisfied about the contributions you've made, and hopefully you'll get a little time to yourself with your family. I know that that's important for all of us. So thank you. God bless you, my friend. And once again, congratulations for your years of dedicated service for the people of Madera County.
Thank you.
I can't thank you enough. God bless.
And I have the honor of presenting Max with the proclamation that Congressman Costa spoke of, as well as a flag that was flown over the Capitol in the Capitol building in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, good idea. Okay. Go ahead, Henry.
Supervisor Rodriguez, it's an honor for me to be here today honoring you and thanking you for your service to the residents of Madera County. Now, Letty did let the cat out of the bag. That was my resume that she put away, and you didn't hire me, so I thought, well, I'll go back to Fresno and I'll run for County Board of Supervisors and I could work with you that way. So I was lucky that I did. But it's an amazing ride that we all have when we run for public office, and I think your video really, brought out what public service is about. When I see the pictures of you and your colleagues on there, and then the kind words that they said for you, you can tell they all came from the heart, and it just shows what a great person, what a great man, and what a great human being you are. Because they're right. I mean, there aren't a lot of things or some things we're not going to agree on. But you find that middle ground when you can, you make a tough vote, and you move on to the next one. And one thing about this board is, you've had some tough times, but you move on. And you all know that there's another day to come back and do the work of the people. And I think one of the lessons that we all know is those seats that you sit in, they don't belong to you. They don't belong to us. They belong to the people. They just gave you the honor of sitting in those chairs for the term that you serve, so that you can do good things, and you know that, and you have shown it. And of course, your video was full of people. That's how we get things done. We listen to the people, we engage them, and we just make our communities better. So I thank you for that. And there's so many things that I could say, Max, but I know there's other folks that want to speak. But I will say, having served on the County Board of Supervisors in Fresno, and of course working with you, I remember the days when, and everybody has their views of the world. The city of Fresno, had their views of how growth should occur in this region. We as a county, we were moving forward with development outside of our areas. Just as Madera was on the brink of thinking of new developments, which you now see there on 41 off of the river. And there was a time when litigation was pending for both of us. We were going to be sued at Fresno County. You were going to be sued in Madera. And Max, you and I spoke, and we talked about, well, why aren't we working more together? Because one thing I realized that you realize is that Fresno may have had its day in the sun 60, 70 years ago, and Fresno is what it is, but it was now your turn. For Madera to have its day in the sun. It wasn't about suing each other. So what we did is we called a joint meeting of the Madera County Board of Supervisors and the Fresno County Board of Supervisors. Held it in Fresno. And that was historic. That had not been done. But you know what? It changed a lot of dynamics, not just in what happened in terms of growth, because you can see some beautiful developments that you have now. You're growing in your city, and that's great. But I think more importantly, it just really, I think, improved our personal relationships, because we got to know each other as people and as friends. So, a lot of good things have come from that. But, about a month and a half ago, Supervisor Frazier called me and asked me, hey, Max is retiring. This is the day. Is there anything high-speed rail can do? And I said, absolutely. So, of course, I called Tony Tinoco, our Chief Public Information Officer in Fresno County. Thank you, Tony. And said, what can we do for Max? And, the High-Speed Rail Board, we're not like a public entity, so we're always doing proclamations or things like that. This was new. But there is something that we do internally within the structure So what I'm presenting you today is something that has never been done outside of high-speed rail, but I think your colleagues are right. I mean, you are the godfather of, don't tell Congressman Costa that because he thinks he's the godfather of high-speed rail. But I think you are. And I was honored to be asked to come. I was happy to have our board and Tony work on making sure that we release this ticket, because this is a ticket that we're awarding you today. And if I could just read it very, very briefly. This is given to Madera County Supervisor Max Rodriguez, Tuesday, December 15th, 2020. Supervisor Rodriguez, thank you for all your hard work and dedication in helping us build the nation's first high-speed rail system. Through your contributions, you have been the ticket to our success, and we wish you the best in your future endeavors. This is your ticket. It's set up like a ticket, so when you and I are a little bit older, we'll ride on this train together. So
That's the first one.
That's the first ticket. And I'll just close by saying a phrase that General MacArthur made famous. You know, old soldiers never die, they just fade away. And I think one of your colleagues said it best. You have so much knowledge in your head. You have so much good in your heart. There's still a lot of good work to do in this town. And, you know, I've found there's life after politics, and it's great. I think this is only the second time I have put on a suit or a sports coat for the last 4 years. So I did this for you, Max. So good luck to you. I look forward to still being with you, working with you, doing things around our communities. And thank you, board, for all the good work you do and for inviting me here today. Thank you.
Thank you. That's wonderful. Wow. The first ticket to.
Take me as your friend to go with you.
Good morning,
really neat.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Jose Rodriguez, and I am City Council Member for the City of Madera. I wanted to recognize also that in the presence today is our City Manager, Arnoldo Rodriguez. After looking at that video, I wanted to see how the board coordinates with the Hawaiian shirts and the theme, so keep that in mind. And as you said, Chairman Rogers, you made it, it's hard to follow a video, especially the speeches that you all made in regards to Max's departure. So I'll try to make this quick. Max has been alive long.
Jose, hold that a little closer to you.
Yes.
Pull it towards you and so it's closer.
Thank you, Tom. Is that better?
Yeah. much
Okay.
better.
Should I repeat everything again? Okay.
I gotta hear you, buddy.
Good, thank you. So Max has been a long life Maderan, a graduate of Madera High School. Soon after, as Supervisor Wheeler had mentioned, Max pursued a career in the lumber mill, where he was instrumental in serving the needs of his coworkers. Max then pursued a career in his community with the insurance needs, serving in the private sector. And coming to full circle, Max became a public servant, again, serving his community in a different capacity for 16 years. I will point out that Max has lived in the city of Madera his whole life. Max has dedicated his life in seeking the betterment of his community, whether in the private sector and now in the public sector. Through his dedication, Max has accomplished many good projects that have benefited this community. And I'll go through a couple, but I know there's many. Although a city project, it was Max Rodriguez's advocacy that helped push for the realization of the John Wealth Youth Center. As we've seen in the video, Max initiated the river cleanup. And as many of you have said, Max has stood his ground with the high-speed rail when there was a lot of opposition during that time. Now that the high-speed rail is underway and many jobs have been created, we can thank Max for his support for that project as well. The widening of Avenue 12, now the widening of 99 from 17 to 12, and more recently, the support of widening from 12 to 17, which will be underway soon after the completion of the current project. This will allow the flow of traffic, relieving congestion, and providing better air quality within our community. I've had the opportunity to work with Max in both the private sector when he was an insurance agent and also alongside the Madera County Transportation with some of you board members as well. I can sit here and continue to exemplify Max's accomplishments, but I know we're short on time. Many say that this is a thankless job, but not today. Today, on behalf of the City Council, City Madera, and the citizens of Madera, We want to thank you for the hard work and dedication you've given to this community, Max. With that, I'd like to present you with a certificate of appreciation. This is presented to Max Rodriguez, Madera County Supervisor, District 4. The City of Madera expresses appreciation for the long, faithful, and excellent services rendered to the people of this county and extends most sincere wishes to the years to come that may bring you full measure of health, happiness, and enjoyment. And I'll leave with this. This is one of the quotes that your video had. Adios y vaya con Dios. Thank you, Max.
Oh.
I know. You wonder what, this guy's like an old penny. He keeps coming back. I really wanted to take this opportunity to say my personal appreciation. I've had the opportunity to work for you and for Max 3 different times. Each time it has been evidenced about Max's advocacy for the less fortunate, for those families and children in our community. And I had the pleasure of seeing that in action at times, both when I was working with the Department of Social Services and just recently with the First Five Commission, but also really saw it also when, as you've mentioned, is when he was in Sacramento advocating for us, or in Washington advocating for us on those kinds of needs. And having to have operated many programs that were funded, both federal and state, it was great to have someone with the kind of passion and gentle approach in advocating for us. So it really is, I want to say congratulations to your retirement. We look forward to having that advocacy come in a different role in Madera. And thank you for the opportunity to work for you during these past umpteen years.
Thank you.
And it's really my pleasure to introduce your new executive director for First Five, because she's got something for you also.
Thank you and good morning. Still good morning, yes. My name is Monica Ramirez. I'm the First Five Executive Director. And on behalf of the children and families of Madera County, we want to thank you for your support, particularly for your service as our chair for our commission. And we want to wish you the very best on your new chapter. And we're here to present you with this plaque from the families and children from Madera County. Thank you again.
I got one more for him. This is a resolution from the California Legislature, Honorable Max Rodriguez, and it's got whereas, a whole bunch of times. And we've said so much, and it's probably said a lot of the same stuff. I'm not going to read it, but it's from our Honorable Ana Cabrero, 12th Senatorial District, Honorable Andres Borges, 8th Senatorial District, and Honorable Frank Bigelow, 5th Assembly District. And they want to thank you, and it's another one of those great things, Max, that you well earned.
Get a picture with him, Tom, presenting. Yeah, and now I have something from the entire board and from our board, a proclamation also recognizing and codifying all the things that we basically said earlier about you, Max, about your life and on the board and the brotherhood that you have meant to us as this band of brothers here. We've fought together. We've worked together. We struggle together, and you will always be a part of that. in our hearts, and we hope you come back and give us your wisdom from time to time. And so I want to present this. I'm going to put my mask back on.
It'll have to be from public comment, and you only get 3 minutes.
I'm going to present this to you from our board proclamation, and we're going to all come over and get a picture with you. Yeah, I'll get on the other side. Yeah, let's do that.
I guess it's good afternoon, Chairperson Rogers, members of the board. I guess I would be remiss if I didn't say something. As a lawyer, we get paid by the hour, and so, but I'll try to be brief. I met Max probably, and I don't know if Max remembers, when he first announced his candidacy through Jess Lopez, and I met him. And I think for the past 16 years, I could certainly say I'm here on behalf of the California Rural Legal Assistance, on behalf of the Middle Coalition for Community Justice, but also on behalf of the clients that we serve, many of whom come from District 4. And so we, over the past 16 years, we have really been honored to have you as a supervisor for District 4 and as a chair for the board. And throughout the entire 16 years, you have always had your doors open. You've always, whenever there's a problem from a resident from Madera County, you've always listened and you've stepped forward. Not that you've always supported everything that they asked for, but you certainly listened to them and you certainly have done whatever you could. And on a personal note, I have to thank you. I know that there was a time when I used to work with a youth group and I would ask you to be dunked. And Max, you were a good sport. You would get up there and get into the dunk tank and get dunked. And so I thank you for that. So in closing, we really, I want, and the other thing also is that we thank you for continuing the legacy by grooming Letty Gonzalez. And so it continues on. So we're honored and we thank you and we wish you the best, Max.
Okay, I think we've.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one more. It's from Dr. Massetti. So let me just read it for you.
Go ahead.
Dear Supervisor Rodriguez, on behalf of the Madera County Superintendent of Schools family and the school districts in Madera County, we thank you for your support of our students and families. We appreciate your involvement in our student events and programs over the years. We wish you many days to make your dreams a reality and many days to recall fond memories from serving on the board. And that each day will bring goodness into your life and that you will feel the love of family and friends. Congratulations on your retirement from the board, Dr. C.C. Massetti, Madera County Superintendent of Schools.
Very good, thank you. All right, with that, we want to
Golden apple.
we want to wish Max all the best in the future, and we know we'll see him around and taking care of business in Madera County as usual because he's made Madera County what it is. Let's all give him a round of applause. We're going to take a break until Let's make it 1:05. Give us a full hour that way. We'll work through it. Thank you.
Huh?
Oh, that's.
Oh, Joe.
Chairman Rogers, you're live.
Ready to
Oh,
go.
we're ready? Okay. Go ahead and do a roll call.
Supervisor Wheeler,
Here.
Supervisor Frazier,
Here.
Supervisor Portress,
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez,
Yep.
Chairman Rogers.
Here. Okay. Let's go to monument sign 6.6B.
Madera County Monument Sign as listed on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Maria Castro with County Administration General Services Division. I'm here with Maritza Rodriguez, our Capital Projects Manager.
Go ahead and remove your mask when you speak. That'll help us. Thank you. It's just so muffled. It's really hard. I know. Thank you.
As your board is aware, a design concept for the Madera County Monument sign was approved in 2016. The sign concept was a product of a design team made up of local residents and county staff. The sign concept intended to showcase Madera County and its history. It included a natural cut granite backdrop and a wooden flume. In 2019, your board approved the purchase of 11.58 acres of property near State Route 41 and Children's Boulevard for the sign location as well as outdoor recreation. The purchase price for the property was $440,000. Additionally, the county received a $250,000 donation from the Fresno Community Regional Medical Center for construction of the sign. The donation agreement included the design concept, and it also set a project completion deadline of December 31st, 2020. Here's the original design concept with the granite backdrop and wooden flume that I mentioned. This slide shows the sign location within the property hillside as you travel northbound on State Route 41. There's a very nice vantage point for the sign, which it's angled in such a way that you can see it traveling southbound on 41 as well. In February 2020, staff released an RFP for design, fabrication, and installation of the sign. The scope included excavation into the hillside, as well as erosion control and a solar lighting system. Staff received 2 bids that varied in cost and scope, one from A+ Signs and the other from Floresco Services, LLC. Due to the variation in cost and scope, we returned to both bidders and we asked that they offer some value engineering options and they include all the scope that was requested. Floresco Services continued to work with the county, and they suggested material changes and size reductions that would not deviate from the overall aesthetic of the sign design. We ultimately went with a powder-coated mountain granite backdrop and a powder-coated steel square tubing for the flume. We also reduced the overall sign length from 100 feet to 75 feet and the lettering size down to 7 feet. Floresco's final bid proposal, which included the solar lighting system, is $418,166.04. Here is the contractor's rendering. As you can see, the sign still adheres to the original design concept despite the material changes and the size changes. And here's another of the contractor's rendering dropped into the property hillside. So before your board for consideration today is an agreement with Floresco Services in the amount of $418,166.04 to design, fabricate, and install the monument sign and solar lighting system. An amendment to the donation agreement with CMC to extend the completion timeframe to December 31st, 2021. We're also asking for budget adjustments in the amount of $188,166.04 to supplement the CMC donation and fund the project shortfall. These funds for the transfer are derived from a portion of the sale proceeds from the Health and Social Services Project Complex. Here we have a column with the overall project budget, and that includes a small contingency for potential unknowns should we encounter anything during construction. So that brings the overall project cost to $438,166.04. And with that, we're available for questions.
Supervisor Frazier.
I just have a quick point to make in regards to the purchase of the land that was there. That was in essence a land swap. We had 18 acres down closer to the riverbed that we really wouldn't have been able to do anything with, but that San Joaquin River Conservancy needed for their overall project. So we sold those, and then with those proceeds, we're able to so it's basically like a land swap from the bottom to the top where we needed it. It also will provide that access through ours an easement down to that. So not just for the sign, but this will actually be a great place for access to the river as a regional amenity, not just as a sign. So I think that's an important point to make. Just wanted to throw that out there.
I'm glad you clarified that because that was exactly where I was headed. Supervisor Wheeler.
Yeah, thank you. It's something I've been wanting to really get in for us for years and years and years, and I really, really can't wait to see that up there. Only problem I have with this bid, and I said it that day we was out there, is that solar. I just soon leave that off and get it bid somebody else, because they want $28,000 for parts, $20,000 for labor, and footings $9,300. That's ridiculous. I mean, that's just not even a house. It's not even close size of a house. And they didn't charge that much for my solar to put it on. And I think that price is totally ridiculous. And they can't come down cheaper than that. I just soon leave it off and pass the thing and get some other way, somebody else to put it out to bid just for that or something. I can't imagine 4 lights are going to cost $57,989.
Yeah, I agree. Not as cheap as LEDs are now.
No, that's what I mean. Everything, it's just a ridiculous. I don't know if they're trying to pad their back pockets on this thing for that or something. I don't know.
Maybe we can get Optera to do it for nothing.
Right. Hell, I'll tell you what, I'll go do it, and I'll do it for at least half of that.
We're not voting on that, just for everybody to know. That is not going to.
Well, it is a large sign, and it does require about 8 panels, but I understand.
Would you take your mask off? I cannot hear you.
Can't hear you.
Maritza?
Yeah.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I keep forgetting that. I said it is a large size to illuminate, and I understand your concerns on the cost. We can go back to the contractor and ask for more details on the portion, but it is 8 panels, and it does require a lot of illumination for the size of the sign. But I understand your concern.
8 panels.
Yeah.
8 panels.
8 panels for $57,000.
Well, and
I know
in
it has the
addition
footings
to
and the running it.
And the electrical and stuff. It's crazy. I mean, it's out of whack. There's something out of whack with that. I mean,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Rob.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I don't think it's any surprise to my colleagues that I've always kind of questioned the effectiveness of a monument sign for somebody who's already driving into our county. I know how they can be very, very important to a commercial business, but so one thing is, right now we don't have any plan for how that's going to help brand our county. And the other, probably even a bigger thing that bothers me is that there's no verifiable evidence that a sign like this is going to be the tipping point economically and so forth for our county. I wouldn't have any problem at all if it was kind of a standard type of thing. You put up a sign like this and it advertises your county and it shows what a great place it is, and it's just going to be this great economic driver. But so far, nobody's been able to show that to me. That said, I've also said I have no problem with it if somebody else pays for it. If it's a private party, we've got CMC kicking in $250. I was hoping that somebody else might kick in some money. I asked the question of the $188,000 that's being requested of the county to kick in. I know that in the agenda item in the narrative, it says that it's not an impact to the general fund. Right. Well, actually, it is an impact to the general fund because I asked the question, Well, what happens to $188,000 if we don't put it towards this project? Well, the answer was we can put it into the general fund. And that really perked up my ears because I know that, we've got a deficit budget going into this year, and we're going to be relooking at it. But it just seems like when you've got close to $200,000 that, could go towards a sign or could go towards a deficit operating budget, to me, there's not much of a decision to be made there. The second thing is, I know that we're on the cusp of, thank God, a COVID vaccine that should, cut back and hopefully eliminate it from being the grave public health danger it is right now. But if something happens to where that doesn't happen to the effect we hope to see it happen, we're still going to be looking at budget issues. And of course, we've got to remember that there's going to be ongoing maintenance on the sign. But the main thing is this time in our budget, when we've got a lot of unknown, we've got a negative operating budget, and that $188,000 could go right in to helping to shrink that deficit. To me, that's the priority that we need to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Frazier.
Yeah, I want to touch on the idea that everybody that's coming up 41 is coming to Madera County with or without the sign. They don't know that they're coming into Madera County or leaving Fresno County.
Right.
And as they're going up to Yosemite or Bass Lake, people don't know that difference. And this sign, it's probably not the thing that's going to bring everybody in, say, oh, I got to go look at that sign. But what it is bringing that sense of arrival, setting up the difference between Fresno County and Madera County, and showing that sense of arrival that you're coming to a different place, and understanding the history and understanding putting our best foot forward when we welcome people into our county. And I think that's what it provides. Not necessarily, like I said, it's not the Hollywood sign where people are going to come from all over the place because it's this iconic sign that they want to take a picture of. But it is that sense of arrival, setting up that you're driving down I-5 and you're leaving LA County. You know when you've arrived in Orange County because of their signage, because of the way that they present, or that county presents itself as you're coming out. And I know I always was able to take a deeper breath and know that, you feel like you've gotten somewhere. So that's what I hope to accomplish with this. That's what I think it will do. And that's why I think it's been such an important part of our overall branding. I think that's why we've focused on the design, to not just be like every other one where you have all of the, not that there's anything wrong with all the different service organizations, but you see that everywhere. You don't, there's no separation or setting that apart. And I think that's why this one is, we've drawn that line in the sand and said, this isn't going to be a bunch of corporate sponsorships all over the place looking like a NASCAR car when you're coming into Madera County, but really setting us apart and showing, being that first step of, showing our brand, our the image that we want to put forth to people that maybe don't know they're in Madera County, but know that they've arrived once they start to see that.
Okay, Supervisor Frazier. Supervisor Wheeler.
Yeah, that's okay. I agree there, Brett. I travel out of state, try to every year to go hunting, and I've sent back many pictures back to our staff when I've come to these counties that has these monuments out there, and it really, I think, sets the county off. It is a branding deal. I took it to the Visitors Bureau, this whole packet, when they first started talking about the drawings and stuff. Everybody had input on it, why we could put the flume in there and everything else. Everybody thought the plume went to, when it went to Fresno and Madera both, out of Madera County, everybody thought that Madera was part of Fresno. And you don't know that until you come across there, and everybody thinks that I've talked to, I've had a few naysayers, but probably 90% thinks that Madera County needs to be recognized, that is Madera County you're entering. And I just, something I think that it's really important for our citizens to know and be proud of Madera County. And I guarantee you there'll be a bunch of people taking pictures of that, like they do this to Hollywood deal.
Sure.
I guarantee you, and not even a doubt in my mind.
I think one of the things I remember that was mentioned by the Yosemite Visitors Bureau was that once the line is delineated, once people realize we were coming for maybe the first time, they realize, oh, crossing into Madera County, they're going to make their plans to stay in Madera County versus staying in Fresno. Because at this point, Fresno has been kind of the go-to place because they don't know how close we are, or that they have to go through here to get there. And so I think that's one of the things they pointed out when discussing this back originally. I have a question for Joel on this. We're taking this out of a which fund? Building improvements, right?
After Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Joel Bigot, County Administrative Office. It's coming from the leftover funds in the capital project for the HSS campus. It represents what remains of the purchase of the land. And since the land was owned by the county and is purchased with general fund dollars, which DSS and health cannot claim to their funding sources, that proceeds from the purchase de facto becomes discretionary revenue.
Right.
But it is sitting currently in the capital project, and through board action can be directed to anything that discretionary revenue can fund.
Now, are there any funds in the parks funds?
If you're referring to the parks development impact fee for parks, there is a balance in the development impact fee for parks available.
And that could also be used for this because this is considered actually part of a park.
We'll have, on the offhand, we'll have to double check, but in the offhand, it does, if you look at it from the standpoint that it's a publicly accessible park, you can make that nexus, but we'll have to confirm.
Yeah.
We're going to have a trail down to the river with it.
Right. I think there's a perfect nexus there, personally. So I think that we could probably, at this point, if we wanted to, correct me if I'm wrong, County Council, we could have staff look into the use of parks development funds, and if those were not available for this, which I think they would be, we could also utilize the funds that you suggested as the alternative. We could make it the alternative, and I think that's much more palatable, maybe to the board in general.
I had no problem using it otherwise. So.
Yeah, I think because those funds are dedicated funds.
Right.
They cannot be used for general fund. So that would be my thoughts. Anyway.
And I'll continue to try and find outside sources of funds.
Donations as well. Yeah.
As well.
I think we could get groups willing to donate. I'm going to open this up to the. I'm sorry, I didn't see it, Max. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. First decision is whether we want to put a sign there, and I think the majority of the board feels that we should put a sign there to kind of identify Madera County. As you travel to Sacramento or south, all the other counties have signs and different designs, but that's fine. And I think we should have something that it kind of reminds people that are entering Madera County. We're having two big communities being built out there, and if we're proud of Madera County, then let's do something, get that name recognition out there. Right. How we pay for it is a different matter.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I agree.
But I agree with Robert because he supervisor, but just because we have to be careful with the dollar. But still, we can't forget about Madera County. We're proud of Madera County.
Right.
And let's work on that too. This epidemic and all that, that's going to pass.
Right.
And, ag and businesses and other, they want to come into Madera County, they'll see that sign and they say, oh, this is Madera County, you know, that's great.
Yeah, it kind of speaks of progress and
Yes.
and things happening.
I have one more.
Go ahead.
Looking down, I see the agenda for the 1:30 meeting as well, for the River Park Public Finance Authority, which is in that area, where it has that set aside that it's along 41, which has that nexus to what those that finance authority is looking to do. It's, you know, for the commercial Riverwalk area out there too. We're looking at, you know, this could help pay back the general fund for those dollars as well.
Right.
It may take a little bit of extra time with the EIFD, but you could have that, which would be dollars that wouldn't be general fund, that could help clean up that whole 41 area, create that sense of arrival that we talk about, that delineation not coming from the general fund. We can vote on this and then have that at some point pay it back too.
Right.
So
there's a number of
so there's a
options.
number of options between the park impact fees, continuing to look at private donors as well as this finance authority. I think we'll be able to, because Supervisor Poitras is correct. I mean, there's no good time to ever do it, but I think it's important that we do.
Yeah.
We have the biggest portion of it is already taken care of by, with the understanding from community medical centers that it's going towards that sign.
Right.
And so.
Done that for a reason.
Yeah.
That was quite a donation. Quite
a donation.
Apparently, they saw the importance of it to be donating to that cause, and that's $250,000 they laid out for that, and certainly worthy of our look.
Chairman,
So I think we have a number of options available to us to change that. Go ahead, Maria.
Just a quick point of clarification. Yes, the CMC donation agreement.
Go ahead and remove your mask.
Habit. We agreed to the location and the sign design, and if there's any deviations from that, we'll need to return to CMC and ask for approval of those. Additionally, there's some language in the agreement that says that we intend to exclude third-party associations or advertisements on the sign, but at minimum, there can be no other healthcare or organizations that donate to the sign and expect advertisement.
Right. Something we might want to consider too. Anyone that you know, a lot of times, like Chowchilla Library was utilized public donations, and there was a wall that they put names on, and we could do a plaque with names of donors at the base of the sign, and that would not be a negative thing. That would be a very positive thing. I think you'd get a lot more donors stepping up to put into the sign. That's very obscure little recognition, but it'll be recognized. If you walk up there and look at the sign, it'll be there. And if you go up there and take a picture, you can take a picture of your, hey, I donated to the future of Madera County. As you come into Madera County, I see this sign.
Like we have our
I'm
picture
part of
out there
that.
on the wall outside there.
I wouldn't mind donating to something like that as a supervisor, just to have my posterity see that, hey, Grandpa took care of business, you know? So
$188,000. That's so nice of you, David.
How much would you donate?
$188,000.
Oh, that's good.
I'd be willing to give 5,000
Yeah.
for something like that.
Perfect.
Yeah. I think it's a worthy cause, and I
And
think
another
it
thing-
should be done with private dollars, like Rob
Mr.
said.
Chairman, when we started this operation to do that, we also want to do one on both sides of 99 coming in and out too. Eventually, we got to do one at a time, but I really want to look at those
We
two.
could do the same thing with that,
Yeah.
same identical thing. And I think you'd find a lot of people stepping up to the plate for something like that, really would. Even commercial interests would do that. Because it's that important to us, that we have this county is different, it's special, it's unique. And it's even been recognized by the business world as unique. And we're getting more and more recognition every day, so it's really a good thing. Anyway, so those concepts, if staff would keep all this in mind as going forward, this is something we can do. It's a no-brainer for us, really.
Okay.
Okay. Any discussion from the public on this item?
Move to approve, and I want to look at the solar and see what we can do about that.
And you want to say anything about the giving staff options on the financing?
Yeah, whatever the best options that we can financially to pay that.
Very good.
288.
Very good. I think
Or
that's
188. I'm sorry.
I think that's good. Okay.
Second.
Motion made in second. Let's vote.
I'm sorry. Could I provide a public comment?
Excuse me?
Yeah, Madeline Harris has.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Supervisor. Sorry, it's hard to know when to jump in online. I didn't know if anybody was there in person for public comment, but hello, this is Madeline Harris from Leadership Council again. Our comments are right in line with Supervisor Poitras's comments and what some of you echoed. Residents we work with in our organization don't believe that the sign would be the best use of the $188 or so thousand of the discretionary funds right now. So in line with what many of you have echoed, we'd like to encourage the board to pursue private donations for the remainder of the funding needed and to prioritize allocating the remaining proceeds from the sale of the Health and Social Services complex for funding that can address some, immediate needs that you have in the county right now. Much of the San Joaquin Valley remains at very little or 0% ICU capacity. I've heard the board discuss wanting more funding for COVID testing and trying to figure out how to continue, food assistance and meal deliveries for senior citizens into the new year. So I'm hoping that you can, reevaluate the $188,000 or so to use those towards some urgent needs that you have in the community, and as many of you stated, pursue some private donations for the rest of the sign. Thanks.
I think we're all on the same page there. Thank you for your comment. Okay. Any other public comment? If not, we have a motion and second. Let's vote.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
No.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chairman Rogers?
Yes.
Vote passes 4-1.
Okay, and hopefully staff can work that out so we're not utilizing those general fund dollars. I think it's doable under the parks funds pretty easily. Access there. Okay, so next item.
Chairman Rogers, I wanted
Yes.
to remind you, you have a river walk.
Oh, okay, we do
Meeting at
have that.
1:30.
Let's move to the Madera County Board of Supervisors now meeting as the Public Finance Authority of County of Madera. And that would include different board members than what we have sitting up here normally.
So Chairman, you'll take a break from your Board of Supervisors agenda and move to the Public
Right.
Finance Authority
That's
for
what we did.
Riverwalk.
Yeah. My intention is to close temporarily the Board of Supervisors meeting, reopen the Public Finance Authority Riverwalk meeting for the County of Madera. So we'll ask Devender Mahill and who's our other board?
Tauber.
And Jim Talbert
I get to
coming
leave, right?
coming forward at this
We're
time.
not done, though.
Hmm?
Not done.
And they join us three that are all up here. Yeah. And as soon as they're up here, I'll open the meeting.
I sit over there. Hello, Jim.
That's part of his allocation.
How you doing, Devinder?
How's it
Good
going?
to see you, man.
Yeah, nice
Good.
seeing you. How you doing?
Good, good. Taking some precautions here. That's good. We don't mind that at all.
Just don't touch it.
You know, where safety's concerned, there's nothing but time, right?
Yeah.
I remember flying with my good friend Junior Shu. We used to fly in his small V-tail Bonanza all the time, and he would always say, for safety's sake, there's no place we have to be. And so I thought that was a pretty good attitude about taking your time in life. Be safe. Take your time in life. There's no place we have to be. So that's I learned a lesson from him. Good lessons. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to open the meeting of the Riverwalk Public Finance Authority. And are there any additions to the agenda? No additions?
No additions.
Okay. And at this time, we'll have public comment. Is there any public to address the River Finance Authority on the agenda, on non-agenda items? No one here, and we'll move on with public session. Item 4A, the approval of the regular minutes.
Move to approve.
Motion is made.
Second.
And second, let's vote.
Which one was he?
I made the motion.
Who made the second?
I did.
Yep. Vendor, Mahill.
Member Frazier?
Yes.
Member Mahill?
Yes.
Member Taubert? Member Poitras?
Yeah.
Yes.
Chairman Rogers?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Very good. Thank you. So item 4B.
Second hearing to consider the proposal infrastructure financing plan Riverwalk project as per Government Code Section 53398.66.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, Matt Traber, Chief of Development Services. So this is the second public hearing, which is required under the Government Code on the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District for consideration of the infrastructure financing plan for the Riverwalk project. We did have a workshop back in September as well to accept public comments from residents and owners out there. So this is the second hearing on this. This meeting is meant to take oral and written comments, and it's the purview of the PFA board, Public Financing Authority Board, to reject, accept, or modify this infrastructure financing plan. And then we would have a third hearing that would be scheduled next year for the final action of this document.
Very good. Go ahead.
As to the accept, reject, or modify, I believe you were sitting in the audience on the last discussion. Would there be the ability to modify this plan to include the monument sign as part of the infrastructure financing plan?
I believe so, Supervisor Frazier, Board Member Frazier, that we could potentially modify. The rules and the regs, it has to be a public project that has a lifespan of 15 or more years, which this sign absolutely is a public infrastructure project, and it does have a lifespan of more than 15 years. It would take a modification to incorporate that within the plan, and it would also take a minor adjustment to the mapping, because if you, there is a map that identifies the area, so we could simply just identify this, the parcel where that sign is located. It certainly ties in. You do not have to be my belief and understanding legally, it does not have to be within the confines of the Riverstone project or the Riverwalk project or directly adjacent. It can be within that region. It can't be miles away. But this certainly plays into the development of Riverwalk. If it's the will of the board, you can certainly provide that direction to modify and incorporate that. I think your previous, and I don't want to get too squirrely here, but council will certainly step in if need be. But it will take several years for this PFA, this infrastructure financing plan, to generate the dollars. It'll go fairly quick because this is the commercial aspect of Riverstone, but it certainly could be a mechanism to pay back those funds that the county expends for that sign today. It could certainly, at least I think that's what you're getting at, Board Member Frazier, and we could certainly work with council and our consultant, David Tosick and Associates, and look to try and make those changes. If for some legal reason there isn't, we certainly would bring an item back before this board on that. But I'm fairly confident that we could probably tie that nexus and make that happen.
And if we were on that, we're able to get public donations. If it's just in the infrastructure financing plan, it doesn't mean that it has to be expended on that. But if it's not in there, it can't be. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. So you'll see there's millions of dollars identified for 41 and Business Route 41, Avenue 12, Avenue 10. This would be a line item. My recommendation, or what I would take, would be a figure that probably exceeds what we believe that sign is, just because it doesn't mandate you can only spend you have to spend $250,000 if you put $250,000 in there. If it's not identified in the plan, you can't expend resources or dollars on that item without unwinding and amending that. So that's where the direction to modify, to incorporate the monument sign into this PFA, that then gives us the direction. We go back in and amend this infrastructure financing plan to add that item. And as long as it's in there, you're right, it doesn't negate the ability for private donations and that option. It just is another tool in the toolbox.
Right. But so say we set aside that 250 for that as a line item, and we don't need to use it. Can that 250 then be used towards 12,
Yep.
9? Okay.
Absolutely. It would just be utilized for 41 and those instances.
Very good. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'm going to take this out to the public and ask, are there any comments on the agendized item 4B from the public? Now we'll bring it back to this Finance Authority for action.
I'll make a motion with a modification to add the line item of $250,000 towards the sign and all the work that goes with that.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Motion made and second. Let's vote.
Member Frazier?
Yes.
Member Mahill?
Yes.
Member Talbert? Member Poitras?
Yes.
Chairman Rogers?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Okay, very good. That's all we had on the agenda. If there's nothing else to come for us, we'll adjourn the Public Riverwalk Finance Authority.
How you doing, man?
Good, man.
Are you healthy?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Good. Yours? Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it.
Kids are at home.
Yeah.
You're doing the homeschooling.
I get it. My wife's trying to get she's on the school board and they're trying to get back in it. Not easy. Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah, that was fairly rough. Okay, catch you later.
January 19th.
All right. So the Board of Supervisors is now back in session. And we have a couple of items left on the regular agenda. We have what did we have left?
We have item 6816.
Okay, take them in the, oh, I know where I'm at. I'm
6D.
I'm on a different menu here. Okay, so 6D.
Discussion and direction regarding impacts of SB 1383 on county solid waste program.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Trieber, Chief of Development Services. And I'll do a little introduction. I think certainly the board probably knows John Carlton with HDR, our consultant on solid waste, and then also Jared Carter, Deputy Director with Public Works. So we have a pretty detailed, very detailed presentation for the board's consideration and information, primarily dealing with the 1383, Senate Bill 1383, and the mandates that have come out of Cal Recycle in the state of California that we all have to live with and abide by. So with that, and it's going to be a moving target, and I think John and Jared will probably give you some indications on that, right? The census data is going to play a big role into this, and a lot of that information won't be coming out until mid to late 21. So we do anticipate this being kind of a flowing and ebbing model that we're working on, but we have some pretty good processes that we've laid out and seeking guidance and direction and information for the board. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to John and Jared.
Thank you, Matt. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Jared with Madera County Public Works, Deputy Director. As Matt mentioned, we have John Carlton here with us, our solid waste consultant. I also wanted to acknowledge that we have our hauling partners in the audience as well. We have Ashley Smith and Sean Greeley from Amadco, and also from Red Rock, we have Richard Caglia, Keith Hester, and Justin Raymond. So just a little bit of a refresher real quick on the background of this, just to remind everybody. In February of February of this year, our pre-COVID days, we came to the board and gave an initial presentation on the 1383 regulations that were in process. You may remember Cal Recycle came with us and did a little bit of a presentation as well. And we also briefly discussed this at the update workshop in May of this year. In both cases, at that point in time, the regulations for 1383 were not finalized and we're still in process. And so as of November 3rd, the regulatory action was issued by the State Office of Administrative Law for SB 1383, which made those regulations official. And so now agencies and jurisdictions are required to begin the process of getting into compliance. And we'll go into some of the details of that. I did want to make one quick comment related to Supervisor Poitras's comment last week during the meeting, and he made a comment about how do government employees get creative when you have so many rules and regulations. And that's a very valid comment, because it is challenging. I think that what we try to do and what we've tried to do here is look at those rules and how we can work within them, exemptions, things like that, and do our best to put together a plan to comply with this, but make it as least impactful to our residents as possible. So with that, I'll hand it off to John, and he can go through the presentation, and we'll be able to answer some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared, Chairman and Board of Supervisors. Pleasure to be here this afternoon. As Jared mentioned, this is a state law that is coming down, has come down now, finalized in November with final regulations that is scheduled to go into effect in 2022. It's called the Short-Lived Climate Pollutants Law. So it's all about greenhouse gas pollutants. It's not about waste, but there's a big component to the waste piece of it, and it targets food waste and vegetative waste. So this is the implementation plan we've been working on for months and months, coming up with different concepts. And some of them are going to build on concepts we've presented in the past, and some of them are going to be based on the final regulations. So just this is the schedule for the requirements. These are out of Cal Recycle's presentation back to the board in February, but just a few reminders. The requirements of the law were to begin to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from landfills and starting in 2020. However, the regulations don't take effect until January 1st, 2022. And then there's a couple milestone dates in 2025 that are important. It's not that they're going to, I think it's going to be something the state's going to measure as an entire state. So it's more from the standpoint of the county, programmatic changes that need to be made to comply with the law. And these are, again, some of the milestones in there. Regulations were supposed to have been adopted back in, prior to 2020, but really did not get adopted until the end of 2020. Again, this is just the timeline of when things happen. But from the standpoint of Madera County, we are proposing to comply with the regulations starting on January 1st, 2022. And these are just some of the items that need to take place in 2022 and then in 2024. 2022 is when jurisdictions that are subject to the law have to provide organics collection services, and organics being food waste and vegetative waste or yard waste, things of that nature, to all residents and businesses unless you're exempted. You must establish edible food recovery programs, so working with food banks and food generators to try to pull them together so you can recover edible food. There's a big piece that deals with educating the public, educating businesses, providing outreach to them to make sure they're aware of the law and the requirements of it. There's a component of the law that requires the procurement by the county of compost or mulch that are created from this vegetative waste. And there's a capacity planning element to it. We are relying here in the county currently on out-of-county facilities to manage the ultimate collected food waste at this point. In 2024, the county is supposed to begin taking actions through non-compliant entities, and this will be done through some type of an amendment to the ordinance that will eventually have to take place prior to the beginning of the services being provided. So again, these are just a rehash of some of the items that you're required to do: provide services, provide edible food recovery. One of the things in the end is to monitor compliance and conduct enforcement. Again, your enforcement requirements don't start until 2024, but monitoring compliance is going to have to start right away. So there's going to be a lot of monitoring and reporting requirements that comes out of this. Cal Recycle built into the law a number of specific jurisdictional waivers that could be requested. One of them is a low population waiver, so you're above it as the county. You don't qualify for that. A second one is if you are above 4,000 feet in elevation, you can request a waiver. But the third one that does apply to the county is based on census tract population density. And if you have census tracts that are less than 75 people per square mile, you can request a waiver of the law to apply to them for a 5-year period. And so we'll show you that we've mapped out a significant piece of the county is below 75 people per square mile based on census tracts. However, what we found out just a week ago, a couple of days ago, was that the state is going to rely on 2020 census data, which won't be available until the fall of 2021, before you can even request these. So we've mapped them out based on 2010 census data, and our plan is currently based on that 2000 census data. We cannot wait until the fall of 2021 to begin to plan our activities. So we're proposing to move ahead based on that, and maybe we need to adjust once the 2020 data if it comes out any different. But this is the language out of the regulations that speaks to the density waivers, and we'll show you some maps that would show how that affects Madera County. So these are the overall steps for the county to take, in our opinion, to comply with SB 1383. The first one was to get clarification from Cal Recycle that a lot of the county, area-wise, can be exempted from the requirements of the law. And again, we just found out a week ago that we're not going to be able to request that waiver until the fall of next year. But I think from a planning standpoint, we need to move now because I think we're not going to be able to be ready to be compliant by that time. So we're proposing to look again at partial mandatory collection areas within the county. And the reason we're looking at to be mandatory is that, and again, we just found out this also from Cal Recycles, they believe that any services that are subject to this law need to be mandatory. That wasn't our intention. Our intention was to create mandatory areas so you get collection efficiency, you minimize opportunities or reasons for illegal dumping, and you basically target your efforts on where the population is. And we'll show you some maps on that. But part of our proposal is to create these mandatory areas. We had regionally created 14 mandatory areas within the county. We had maps, GIS maps, and we'll show how our new plan relates to those maps.
When you go back through that again with that map, can you detail what you just said again?
Yep.
And reiterate that for us.
Yes. Okay. Once you know where you're providing service based on the exempt and the required service areas, you basically need to provide services. So we are going to define residential and commercial collection services that target the food and vegetative waste. We're recommending that you approach this as a bundled service. If you give people the option to opt into the service or opt out, they will not opt in. I wouldn't. Let's put it that way. So it's something that we think is the best way to comply. You're going to be held as a county to comply with these laws with potential penalties of $10,000 a day for noncompliance. So, it's important that we do get you into compliance at the right time. As we mentioned before, you need to promote edible food donation programs, and this would help for food banks and other organizations that feed people. To find, to basically your role would be to help facilitate that through, creating some agreements and helping to monitor and facilitate. And lastly is to define some exemptions to organic waste collection. There may be self-haul exemptions. There may be farmers who feed their pigs their food waste, something like that. So there is a number of exemptions that can be, legitimately offered by the county to its residents and businesses that either do not generate food waste, have other alternatives to it, et cetera. And so we'll work to define those as part of the process. So again, why do we talk about mandatory collection? And really, there's three primary reasons that we think you're going to benefit from that. One is you're going to get better compliance with your programs. You're going to have better recycling participation. You're going to have better participation with the organics waste diversions. And those all are part of the requirements that the state's putting on you. Second, if you're paying for service, you're less likely to throw your materials alongside the road. If you're having to pay for it, you might as well use the service. So that does tend to reduce illegal dumping throughout the areas that have that service. And lastly, because there is a density of customers and a captured customer base, you get better pricing from your service providers. So we'll talk about that a little bit. So to get to the maps that we were talking about before, hopefully this is clear enough. There's a lot of stuff going on in this map, but this is all GIS maps, and the county has a very good GIS department here. So we identified 14 maps. The two cities are on here as well. So there's actually 16 areas identified, but the little call outs are for the 14 areas that were previously defined by lot and block as mandatory service areas in a previous resolutions, or actually it was adopted into your ordinance several years ago. A little hard to see, but there is a red dotted line in two places in the northern or the mountain franchise area, and one large piece basically in the valley that defines the census tracts that have greater than 75 people per square mile. And we'll highlight these a little bit shortly. But you can sort of see that, for example, Yosemite Lakes Park is, smack in the middle of a census tract area that meets that requirement of 75 people per square mile. So they do align fairly well to what the county had originally conceived of, but there's areas outside of that because it's a census tract that follows streams or roadways or whatever the census tract follows in defining the census tract. So it doesn't mean that there's high population in that entire area, but by the law, you only can exempt census tracts that don't have that density. So the entire census tract would need to have service provided to it. Showing a little bit more of the highlighting, the yellow areas are right now our current proposed mandatory collection areas. There's several of them in the mountain. They're a little bit more spread out based on where the people are. Up in Oakhurst, Fresno Flats, YLP, Bass Lake. Those are all certain areas that are included in those mandatory collection areas. And in the valley, it's one large area that includes the new developments that have happened in the valley, which are probably going to be picked up in the new census tracts anyway, as well as the entire census tract basically that's been there too. So it does pull in most of the areas. Eastside Acres is not included in it, so we're not proposing to include that as part of the mandatory areas at this time. We didn't include the city of Chowchilla. We didn't include the city of Madera. Obviously, they're independent jurisdictions. But this yellow area is currently new. There may be some tweaks to it. There's been some discussions about some minor tweaks, and you're not being asked to vote on this now, but this is basically the concept that we have in terms of the where the mandatory service areas would be required. Everywhere else, we would be requesting a waiver. So if you lived outside of that, these yellow areas, you would not be subject to the SB 1383. And so you wouldn't, the haulers would still provide waste services to you and still provide recycling services to you, but we're not going to provide that third truck that's going to go out because it's just too far, apart. We do want to maintain refuse service. It's important from, health, human health and environment to make sure you're collecting waste and you are providing that service. So that's not going to change. But where we're talking about collecting organics, which is expensive, and that's the reason we're trying to limit where we're doing this, is to focus on these areas.
It's counterintuitive to be sending that third truck to an area if you're trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to send a truck that's creating greenhouse gas emissions.
You're absolutely right. No, there's things about this law that I think you could have a lot of legitimate context in rural communities as to whether or not you're really achieving the goals.
Yeah.
But the regulations are the regulations. They've been kicked around for several years, and at this point, we're stuck with them. So this is, again, a state state mandate that's coming at you that we're just trying to find the best way to get you into compliance. So the next two maps sort of just do a few overlays, again, looking at where the, again, the purple areas are the prior identified high density areas, the 14. So that's how they look, and then just taking off all of the call outs. This is just how it looks, a little bit cleaner.
I have a quick question for you. So the yellow areas, the high density areas that would be mandatory for this type of waste, organic waste collection. We have no option on that to comply with SB
1383.
The number.
Well, the issue, the state said that all of a sudden this was going to be a mandatory requirement for collection service to be provided. That was new. This is something we've been talking about to make it more efficient.
Right.
They said recently that has to be the case.
Okay, so this fits right in with our original thoughts that these areas should be collected anyway.
Right.
And however, this is not us doing this. This is the state doing it.
Right.
And so we can't be sued like we were previously for requiring mandatory collection.
True. I think, although I'll leave it to the attorneys.
Yeah, I would just add, Chairman Rogers, that I think we could probably always be sued, but and I don't know, and I don't believe we were ever litigated previously.
No.
And we're going to make sure, and I think John's, we're getting close to getting there to where we're going to walk through and working with council on the option that we feel best protects the county from any potential litigation there. So we do discuss that here shortly on that.
Good. Thank you.
So one of the biggest issues I see for the county and ratepayers is rate impact. This is not insignificant amount of service to be provided. Right now, residents provide a weekly refuse collection and every other week recycling collection. We need to add another weekly service item to it, and the rate impacts, along with all the compliance items, are going to be considerable. It's a whole new service being added, organics. It does require additional outreach, education, auditing, and reporting. We are looking to put a lot of that onus on the franchise operators. We think they're the best positioned to reach out to the customers, to interact with them, to educate them. There are auditing and reporting requirements because they're providing the service that have to be provided. One of the things that also hurts Madera County a bit at this point is that you don't have local markets for the collected organics. So you're trucking this material basically, into other counties. So it is going to be, that adds to the cost. It's, having the Fairmead landfill closer, makes that a little more economical for refuse, but organics are going to take a little bit longer. So there are reasons why the rate impacts are going to be higher.
John, real quick on that rate impact, it says, most households may see monthly increase $15 to $20. When they get their bill, can that be broken out, and have a line item for that increase that says state compliance, SB 1 or 1383, and then maybe have the number to Cal Recycle for them to call.
Send it to the governor's office.
It's funny, but I'm serious. It needs to come that this is not us adding to their. I don't want have their Madera County rate. This is what you're going to do, and this $15 to $20 or whatever you see on there is coming straight from SB 1383, the state, and questions go to Cal Recycle. I think would be.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why you couldn't break that out. I mean, we know what the current costs are. We know we're defining the future costs. That difference is the SB 1383 cost. So I think you could clearly delineate what those costs are and be very accurate with it to the public.
Okay.
And so itemizing that on there. I don't know about the cow recycle number. We'll leave that up to the billing folks, but I don't see any reason why you can't. And that should be communicated with this.
Have your
this
call
state
centers
department.
have that number handy.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Supervisor Wheeler.
So we have not.
I got a thing, Joe. I just want to understand because Brett's right. Because every time we've raised that just a couple bucks, I get a call, and I get calls from Ashley and Sean there. Tons of people call in and say, we're going to cancel because we can't afford that extra dollar or two.
Yep.
You do this, they're going to get tons of calls.
Yep.
I know I will.
Right.
And I think that we need to break that out completely in that bill and maybe highlight it in green like you did here, say, call Bigelow and Borges. Don't call us.
Amen.
Who's the senator that put it through? Have him call him.
Yeah,
or her.
who is the sponsor of that, yeah.
So two things regarding rates. You know, we've have just currently we've provided sort of planning level rates by the haulers. We are going to do, you know, I'll call it cost substantiation. We're going to have a real careful look at these rates to make sure that, you know, we're very clear that in case there's any questions, we can point to exactly why the costs are what they are. And to make sure that, you know, it's very transparent why these costs are going up. The mandatory collection, you know, will reduce the rate, and it, you know, right now we see it in the 5 to 10% range. So, you know, you don't like, we didn't think you had to do it mandatory, but you know, we thought it was a good idea to do it mandatory because of the benefits of mandatory. State may tell you have to do it mandatory, but right now we're still figuring that out. The good news though is that if it does go mandatory, the majority of people will probably already subscribe to it, and that they will receive a reduction in what the cost would have been otherwise.
Other thing.
Go ahead.
Will they have to have new trucks for this, like they did on the recyclables?
Yes.
And
They're going to have additional trucks. I don't know if they'll be
Additional
new
trucks.
per se, but
Well,
yeah,
different-
additional trucks will
plus
be
bins.
needed. Yep.
Plus bins. Somebody's got to pay for all that.
Yeah, you're going to have everyone who has service is going to have a third cart. So it's either have a green lid or a green body of a cart. There's a requirement. There's color coding for the lids or the bodies of the carts. How will have to be in compliance. There's a certain waiver before the body has to be.
And do you have to pick that up more often than once a week?
No, at this point, I think a once a week service is enough, is
Do it.
sufficient.
Or be some rotten stink.
There'll be some rotten stink. That's true. That's true. So we do want to make sure those trucks are in good shape and they're not leaking all over the roads.
At least the manufacturing of those plastic bins don't cause any greenhouse gases. Sorry.
I love it.
So in order to get to compliance by January of 2022, and this is January 1st, we've identified what we see as the steps and the schedules. And there's going to be things that are going to be brought to this board to consider. In December, you know, we were intending to put our low density waiver to Cal Recycle. Again, they informed us about a week ago that they're not going to accept them until the fall of next year. We still may start that conversation. I think we should let them know what we're thinking about. We've already outlined everything that, you know, we've done this. So I think that conversation needs to continue to happen. But we're going to finalize the scope of services and the rates with the proposed rates, looking at including a cost substantiation element to it. In January, we're proposing to come back to the board or to be preparing in January, we're going to be preparing an updated solid ordinance to deal with these potential mandatory collection areas, the additional requirements that SB 1383 will have on the county through ordinance changes, as well as finalize the language of franchise agreement amendments with the two haulers that are in the audience today, Red Rock and Amadco. We're proposing in February to come to the board for two distinct actions. One is a Prop 218 hearing. and, Regina or county council can comment on this, but our understanding is because we're proposing mandatory rates to the public, and based on prior experience, it was suggested that at least it'd be safer to hold a Prop 218 hearing for those communities that would be done. Once that hearing has gone, and is assuming it's successful, then we're going to ask you to vote on the rates and the amendments to the franchise agreement. So theoretically, it's going to be back to back. We'll do the hearing, and then we'll look to have the rates done.
What happens if it's a protest vote? They vote no.
So the question, I'll tell you my thought on it, is that, what they're voting on is the Prop 218 would be the mandatory rate provision. If the mandatory element goes away or they can't do it, you can still, issue new rates for services, and you can still define those services that the public will have. The rates are just going to be 5 to 10% more expensive for those who participate. So part of the thing is letting the public know that, the services are coming. You don't have a choice as a county whether or not to offer that service. You have to offer that service. If it's mandatory, you're going to have a 5 to 10% reduction in your rate. If it's not mandatory and it goes to voluntary and they vote it down, you can still offer those services voluntarily. The rates would be higher. And maybe it wouldn't be a compliant service from the Cal Recycle standpoint. That's still something we're trying to figure out.
So if we have to offer them, but we also as a county have to show that we're diverting a certain amount of this, right? So, and if not, then we get fined $10,000 a day for non-compliance if we're not meeting the criteria.
Yeah, so I mean, we're working through this and getting new information almost daily, weekly on this. In terms of the 218, we haven't had a whole lot of discussion since we've gotten the newer information, regarding the mandatory service. So there will need to be probably some further discussion with county council on that because, similar to some of our other districts, if they're under a compliance order that they have to meet, then there's different ways, correct me if I'm wrong, Regina, but there's different ways that 218 can be handled in terms of whether or not it does or does not pass, if it's a compliance issue that has to be adhered to by the county. So that is something that we would have to probably have a little more dialogue and discussion with council on to get clarification on that. And obviously that's going to kind of depend on the specifics of the regulations in terms of mandatory and requirement to provide mandatory services versus offering the mandatory services.
Okay.
Right, and that was my first question, Chairman and members of the board, as I was preparing for this item and if it fails, then I think you hit the nail on the head, Jared. Aside from looking at it more deeply based on the regs that are coming out, it is that it would still need to be implemented, but at a higher cost. And so I think anything that we can do to start educating, right, so we can start educating the customers and explaining why the county is doing this, as you said, agreeing on the invoicing is at a later date, then potentially the more success we'll have. And it would also help us avoid any challenges to this new implementation, as the chairman discussed earlier. And so that's what we've been working with staff on, but those details are being worked out.
But is it a higher cost only if they opt in voluntarily, which no one would do? So if it fails, we offer it. No one opts in, except for maybe some people that are super excited about their organic waste.
Well, then they're hauling their own waste somewhere because we're only all proposing to offer services as a bundled service. So if you have service, you can have refuse, recycling, and organics.
So
if
you're
you
either
don't have service,
completely out of.
You're out of the loop.
Okay.
You're out of the program.
Okay,
I
so
can't see.
It has to be mandatory, or it's a bundle.
It's a bundle.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
And if I could just add, a little bit, not to belabor the point, but under the scenario that we do a 218 and it's protested, it doesn't pass, we still offer, the service outside of this discussion that's coming down the pipe about if we've got a compliance order, do we have the ability to just force that rate? But assuming it doesn't pass, we've got a protest, we still have to provide that service. And then, the big risk at that point is, does Cal Recycle still come down? Are we in compliance with Cal Recycle? And does the county still face a $10,000 fine because individuals won't accept the service, or they will cancel service all outright? So really all gets back to the point on education of the public. Really can't, from my perspective, as staff on this, you can't solve this without a partial mandatory discussion out there.
And then City of Madera, the new development areas currently have 3-cart system with the green, so that green waste, would that then take food refuse as well in the green waste?
Yes, and those rate increases would be much less because they're already paying a higher price for the 3-cart service.
So, and then the next question would be, so I'm in my kitchen, I'm cooking, I have my green waste. That can't be, I can't scrape that into a bag and then throw the bag into that waste, right? I would have to dump all the food.
Yeah, I think we're going to.
Or I'll just bring my cart inside of my kitchen and scrape it into there.
Take your plates and do this.
So those details need to be worked out, but I'm going to be recommending we do not allow plastic bags in your green carts, because it does become a real, it becomes a contamination item in the facilities, and we need to make sure that the material coming from Madera County has a clean home to go to. So we're going to work on the details of what that is. Yeah, you're going to be needing to dump your food waste into the green waste carts.
Yes, I'll just add is some of the agencies and organizations that are already looking at this are there is a biodegradable type bag that is available or can be used, that you can put the food waste in, put it into your green bin, and it's still acceptable to take at an organics facility and not considered contamination. So those are some of the things that are already being looked at. Understanding just what you're talking about is how do you handle that without making a massive mess out of things.
So there are things like kitchen countertop, organics collection bins, little buckets that we could, if there's interest in it, we can talk to the haulers about making a purchase of these as part of the program and providing them to their customers. It's usually a little plastic cart that you dump your food scraps in and then dump it all into and then dump it in your, dishwasher afterwards or something like that. So there may be ways to deal with this as we get further on.
As a side note, the garbage disposal business and plumbing business may get an increase in business as a result of this.
Well, I'm going to hear it from the constituents, but my wife is going to be very upset when I bring this home to her. And what's going to, I just see that this is going to end up, I don't see how it's going to save any greenhouse gas emission whatsoever. On the edible food, was that just for commercial customers, or am I now setting aside 20% of my food at home?
Probably institutional and commercial. You're not going to have people handing their food out and doing a type of collection program for residences. I don't think it's mostly commercial.
And as somebody who personally operates a restaurant, I just don't. The only time food goes into my waste stream is if it's fallen on the ground or if it's expired. And so what is the 20% based on? It's based on what I normally goes into my waste stream? Or is it 20% of all my food I'm going to have to set aside?
What 20% are you talking about?
Because they're saying 20% edible food recovery. So what is that 20% based on? Is it based on how much food I produce out of my restaurant, or is it 20% of my waste stream?
It's an estimate of the total amount of food waste generated. You're trying to capture 20% of the edible portion. It's an estimate, and it's not per business. It's overall. So you're going to have, catering companies, whatever, that have leftover meals, or you're going to have, restaurants that may have some, prepared food at the end of the day that they may be able to package in a package and send it to a shelter. It's that kind of stuff that we're looking to try to promote, not like a pizza shop to force you to put 20% of your, edible food.
And
It's nothing like that.
So it would be important though if there's times where I'll donate to a school pizzas to like send that in to the county saying that I did that, so then go to your numbers or to our numbers.
There's going to be challenges in trying to track this. That's some of the challenges that we need to work out this year, or we have a year to try to figure out how we're going to do the reporting on that. Right now, we're trying to make sure we begin to fit the pieces together and then figure out how it gets reported. We're not planning on people weighing. We don't want to make it so onerous or unreasonable that people will not participate, because that just defeats the purpose of a food waste donation
So
program.
would we be able, because I would imagine just the amount of donation that goes to the food bank right now to different charities, Holy Family Table, to food kitchens, all those different things, could equal 15% right now. Does it have to be above what we currently, our production is, or?
It's, again, I don't think you're going to be held to a 20% target by the county. My understanding of what the Cal Recycle wants to see you doing is promoting.
Okay.
It's creating those relationships. It's helping to, it's not looking to create food so you can donate food, not anything like that. It's not going to be, I don't think, that kind of measure. I think they're going to want to see you try to measure it. But my understanding is what Cal Recycle wants to see is a good faith effort to try to hook up generators of excess food with consumers, people who in need. And, it could be, you start with the people and then you go to animals. So we can also look at, maybe food donations to farmers that have pigs or something like that.
I'm glad to hear that, because I'm like Supervisor Frazier. I'm thinking there isn't that much waste in this county. There is just not that. I can't see that.
Yeah.
I know from our own on our ranch, there's zero.
Yeah.
Zero.
Yeah, I remember asking Cal Recycle when they came here to present this, and it said the same thing about it's either expired, and I think her answer was, well, some of those shelf life charts, they can go a little bit over that. And I said, well, I'm not going to give food that's expired and be sued. And then she quoted Good Samaritan laws, which I'm not going to stand up in court with that defense. But so I appreciate that's a much better answer. I think we can. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay. The reason we need to have this vote done in February is because the haulers need time to buy carts and get them out, buy trucks, educate, get drivers on board, prepare to be ready to roll on January 1st, 2020. So, the carts have got to be at the houses. People have got to be identified and signed up for the program, et cetera. So there's a lot that needs to happen. And that's why we need to come to you early in the year and hopefully February. Sorry you're going to miss this. I'm sure you're going to be sad for that. But we do want to make sure we're giving plenty of time for the rollout and the implementation so that by January 1st, 2022, we are in compliance.
I have a suggestion too I think that it's not going to make it any easier, but it's certainly educating the public as to what's coming, and that would be in their coming bills to let them know per state mandate this program's going to be rolled out, and it's going to affect your bill to this this percentage or whatever. You can word it and just educate the public so that they're aware this is coming, and there's nothing we can do about it. So anyway, I think it'll make it easier than dropping the bomb on them in their next deal. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, it don't make sense in private homes. I mean, of course, only two of us at our house now, but between my chickens and peacocks, and we got one bucket about this big we keep on our sink for our recyclables. We got one of those recyclable deals. Keeps rolling. And that thing don't even fill up once a week. My other animals eat everything. Between my dogs,
Well,
cats,
that's ideal.
chickens.
That's what we should all be doing. You know, it's not throwing it away in a truck that needs to be collected. And
I
thrown
never throw it
away.
in the garbage. I don't want that smell in there when I open that can.
Yeah, we don't throw anything organic in there at all.
But I don't think very many people do.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay.
So that's our presentation. You know, again, we're going to be coming back to you probably in February with proposed franchise agreements in this Prop 218 hearing.
Okay. Yeah, Max, you have something? Okay. Go ahead.
I was just going to add, and maybe I'm a little ahead, but certainly hearing a lot of the board's discussion, I think, you know, Jared and John and I will sit down and maybe we need to do some, you know, Zoom sessions for the public to kind of walk through and provide that ample opportunity for just that educational opportunity. So we'll work together to sit down and try to coordinate some of those discussions as we start to get this thing more and more out there in front of the public.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, John, do you do any other big cities that have to do this? I mean, do you represent them?
We're working with some of the big cities, yeah, Sacramento,
What do they do? I mean, what do
Los
they
Angeles. What's that?
What do they say? Are they the same?
Well, they don't have real populations the way you do. So we are working. I'm also working in some other rural counties that are that face exactly the same things you have. But the cities have a different, you know, they typically right now have 3-cart services. They're just adding food into their cart and trying to make sure they have a market for it. The market's the biggest thing that people are worried about is having a place to bring all this stuff, because the worry is that it's going to be contaminated. It's going to have a lot of garbage in it. So it behooves the county and their partners, the haulers, to have lots of education, have lots of clarity as to what can go in these carts, what cannot. So we keep our markets good, and we're creating good products. But the cities are less impacted because they're already providing much of the service.
Okay. This was for discussion and direction. Staff feel like you have good direction at this point?
Mr. Chairman, yeah. I mean, I think to summarize that, I don't know if you want to provide maybe after an opportunity for the public, but yeah, I think if it's the board's will, we'll continue to get out there, start educating the public more and more, and start working on those things that we laid out here as far as the implementation amendments to our solid waste ordinances, the Prop 218 process come late January into February. And be working with our haulers and the board on franchise agreements, amendments to those. One other good caveat is next month you'll have a third individual sitting at this table with Jared and John, who has accepted a position with the county as our solid waste manager, comes out of Fresno County. So we're excited to bring that individual on board. That'll be a big asset to us as we roll out the implementation of this.
Good.
Well, nothing like starting right in the middle of a beehive.
Wow. Yeah.
Correct.
Yes, sir. That's for sure. Baptism by fire, my friend.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. I think the whole state should.
Okay, I'm gonna go out to the public. Any comment from the public on this discussion item? Okay, none. Bring it back to the board, and we'll move on to the next item. Item 6E.
Discussion and direction to staff regarding property assessed clean energy PACE programs within the county.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Maria Castro, County Administration, General Services. County Administration is seeking direction from your board regarding property assessed clean energy programs, also known as PACE, in the county. As your board is aware, PACE providers can help finance upfront costs for property owners who wish to install renewable energy or energy efficiency improvements to their property. The voluntary programs allow property owners to repay the high priority liens through their property taxes. The county currently has two PACE providers operating in its jurisdiction, the California HERO Program and Open PACE. Open PACE is actually an umbrella PACE provider that has multiple PACE administrators under it. As of the 1920 property tax roll, there are 386 properties with HERO assessments, totaling $969,000 in charges. There's 141 on the various Open PACE programs, totaling $1.2 million in charges. Of the PACE assessed properties, 13 properties are currently delinquent with about $52,000 in delinquent payments. On August 14, 2018, staff came to your board requesting direction on whether to continue or discontinue the programs. The request stemmed from calls received by the county departments operating the program or adding the assessments to the tax roll. At the time, the board directed staff not to discontinue the programs, but to keep the status quo. Since 2018, the legislature has continued to enact legislation regarding PACE. AB 2063, for instance, prohibits PACE administrators from executing assessments prior to determining if the homeowner has the ability to actually pay those assessments. And SB 1087 requires that PACE programs ensure that property owners are current on all mortgage debt before entering into the program. Recently, your board was approached by Y Green Energy Fund requesting that we allow them to operate in the county. And as a result, staff is here requesting direction on whether to allow new PACE programs in the county. Should your board direct that new programs be allowed, the staff will return to your board with the appropriate resolutions for Y Green. And with that, we're available for questions.
Yeah, I was just, I'm going to make a quick comment on this and I'll pass it off to Tom. The Y Green has approached us to operate in the county. They currently operate in the city of Madera and have a good track record there. I believe it's around almost $2 million in projects there and only a 1% delinquency rate in their projects. So that's a good track record. A lot of the program complaints that we've heard about through PACE have not been Y Green, but some of the other programs. So I don't want you to confuse, I don't want people to confuse the two and make sure that they understand that Y Green also is a partner through RCRC and is funded largely through the GS, I can't remember the Golden State Finance Authority, GSFA, in the RCRC program. So a lot of their funding and their charges come through that program and are more reasonable than some of the other PACE programs. I just wanted to make those things clear so you understand it. When you hear complaints about PACE programs, that's not Y Green largely. There have been a few misconceptions there. So I wanted to make that clear. Anyway, Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, so on this $52,095, I saw that too, of the delinquent 13 properties. Is that in HERO and the PACE?
My understanding is yes. We got those figures from the tax collector's office and they were unable to attend the board meeting today.
Was both of them?
That's my understanding, yes.
And so HERO, they've been in business here since 2014. They got 386 properties. PACE is since 2016 they started and they got 141 properties.
Correct.
The 13 properties that delinquent, were they recently or earlier, or anybody know that?
The timing of the delinquent properties was not provided to us, Supervisor Wheeler.
Okay.
No. The treasurer provided a breakdown, which I don't believe we included in here, of where all 13 went, but it did not say whether they were from this year, dating back all the way to the original program of 2014, or when they came on the books.
Well, I don't trust any of them. They got two already we do here. I don't like either one of them. Put in another one. I mean, they might have a good track record. They're a city.
Yeah.
But, these other two are, I guess, half-assed. You got 13 delinquencies. I just don't trust these things. I think they take advantage of the poor. Had a few people get a hold of me that's had it, especially one lady down here. They really stuck it to her. A couple of years ago now, but just there's too many places out there that you can get money that for any of this low income stuff, which mainly this dictates to, that help these people with. I have no confidence in any of them.
Okay, Supervisor Frazier.
So I'm going to speak now. This is one of those things that it's an option for people to have. It's a way for people to finance their solar. It goes on. It can go as part of their, if they have an impound account for their mortgage, they can pay it through that. This would be no different than if they wanted to put solar on their house and went to the bank to get a loan, and if they can't afford it, default on that note with the bank, or if they put it on their credit card at 20%, or if they think that they need to have solar, but they can't afford to purchase it, so they do a lease, and the lease is terrible for them, and they can't afford that. They're paying that plus their true up at the end of the year, and that $1,600 comes at the end of the year, or $1,200, $1,000, $2,000, whatever their true up is, but they thought they were, had taken care of it by paying their PG&E and paying, and then they can't afford that, and they default on that, and but they can't sell their house because they have a lien on it, and then they're really stuck. And I just don't think that we should go in and take away an option for somebody to use if that's the path that they choose to go in terms of getting solar. If they want to get solar on their house, all of these are financial decisions that I don't think that the government needs to be intervening and telling people what's right to do with their financial decisions for their or what's in the best interest of their home. Any of these things are going to cost money, right? And so it's just how they choose to pay for it by putting it onto the tax bill at the end. Like anything, this was enacted with legislation from the state. Shocking, they didn't think it all the way through and think of all the different things that could happen. And I think they ferreted it out, a lot of that. There's a lot of reporting that goes now. I know with these PACE programs, it's even more so than when you're buying a house. You have to get on the phone with someone, they explain it line by line, and you have to say, yes, I understand that. It's not just some small print. It's like, no, you have to listen to this as you're going through it, hear it, and know the decision that you're making. So it can't just be, the salesperson that just is fresh out of school, doesn't know anything about finances, told you, yeah, just check here, here, here. No, it has to be. There is more legislation and regulation on PACE than there is on the person that comes and knocks on your door and says, hey, sign up for this 20-year lease on solar. But they don't tell you that it's hard to transfer that to the next person that buys your house, that there's a cloud on your title because of it. Whereas this, you own it. Yeah, there's still, you have to make those payments through the time, but that can be transferred very easy to the next one. As far as only limiting it to 2, if we have a problem with 2, the only thing in our system that helps to ferret out and make sure everyone is doing the right thing is to have competition of people that are doing the right thing. So now you can't prey on people because I'm the only game in town. There's multiple. I don't just have to go to this one. I can go to this one, which I know has a better track record, and you can look into it. And so in my opinion, I don't think we should be taking away options of people that are going to make a large financial investment in solar or different energy saving things for their house. They should have more, and they should have more companies to go to so that they can have a choice and not just be limited to the ones that are offered. And if you don't like the other two, I think you should have a third one so that there are more options.
Supervisor Rodriguez, thank you.
You know, Maria, this program, the county shouldn't even been involved with this type of program. We get a lot of calls about people that get convinced these programs are good and their benefit. Then they find out when the tax bill comes in, they cannot afford it. And they have no way to get out of it because they've signed the documents and contracts to activate that policy on their homes. But the county shouldn't even be involved in that. Our tax collectors should even collect the money for these people, for these programs. And I thought we learned that lesson in the past, but apparently not. We're getting talking about this again.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Rob. I can't see you. There you go.
Okay.
I got you now.
All right, very good. Thank you. My question is actually for you. You mentioned, and I saw in some of the documentation that the Golden State Financing Authority, is working with Y-Green, and I guess I've got a question and a statement. So I guess one of the questions is, do they work with any other company such as Y-Green, or is Y-Green kind of the exclusive company that they help finance?
I believe they also worked with the HERO program as well. I don't know the extent of that. Now, the representatives that are here today online, and I believe, are you also with the, yeah, okay. So they can probably answer that question better than I could, but I know that they've been a good partner of RCRC through the GSFA, Golden State Finance Authority. And there, in this program, when you go through GSFA, and you can correct me if I'm wrong out there, you help me out with this, because I'm just going on what I've been on on that board for 10 years now, and there are a lot of people who are granted money from the GSFA through the program to do improvements to their home. There are monies that are granted to first-time home buyers through GSFA. So all the financing that works through GSFA is enabling, it's helping low-income people and people who can't afford to do this through a conventional means, through a bank or what have you, where there's a lot of times an inability to come up with a down payment or what have you. And GSFA actually helps them do that. So it's really a beneficial program. So I have representatives here who can answer those questions better than I can.
Well, and so I guess I was going to say, and I see Emily's got her hand up, but it looks to me like RCRC would not, or at least the Financing Authority, which is an arm of RCRC, would not continue working with Y-Green if they didn't have a good working experience.
That's
or
exactly
if
right. You're exactly right. Now, Greg,
Greg Norton.
Norton, thank you. I'm getting the senior moment there. I've only known Greg for 10 years, but he's just now retiring from RCRC, but he is a very ethically standard person. Along with every member county there, we are very concerned about the ethics of what we're dealing with in the GSFA, and there are very strict standards for that. If we had any inkling of misconduct or misleading of the public, we would sever that tie immediately, and that's been talked about extensively at RCRC. So I think that's an important thought that you've brought up there. In addition to the fact that they also operate, Y-Green also operates with a commercial end to this thing, which is your more sophisticated population, generally speaking. They understand finance. They understand what they're getting into better than perhaps a layperson in dealing with their home or what have you. So there's another component to it that's very important for the community as options. I believe they've also worked with Optera, if I'm not mistaken, just as that's a familiar name to all of us. So that's an important component, instant recognition there.
Chairman, if I may-
Maybe one of the staff members from Y-Green can answer some of these questions here. I am answering all.
Just briefly, a point of clarification, and I wanted to get back to Supervisor Rodriguez's question. I didn't get a
Yeah.
chance to answer. So the PACE legislation, it allows them to add it to the tax roll. So the county's obligation, we opt into these programs, we enter into an agreement with the PACE entity to accept the assessments and add it to the tax roll and collect those assessments, then turn them over to the PACE provider. That's the extent of the county's obligation and administration on these projects. Some counties had an actual bond program where they were bonding themselves. We don't do that here. And then just another point, the Open PACE program, it's actually a joint powers authority that was created by CSAC and the League of California Cities. So that's another tie that you guys have to a PACE program. And they do offer commercial programs as well. So I did clarify with their administrator that as well.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's
what we're doing now.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that probably the only reason why we hear about the PACE program as a supervisor from somebody is because it is on the tax bill. But I would venture to guess that whatever we see in this would be the same kind of delinquency rate of someone that's entering into their own financing of solar through a different way or through a lease program. Yeah, or buying a car or buying their house. If they're entering into something that they can't pay for, you're going to go into some kind of delinquency. We're not shutting down every bank in the county because there are delinquencies on car notes, credit card bills, or home mortgage loans. So, but I think that the reason why we are hearing it is because it's on our tax bill.
Right.
And then it does look as though we're the one collecting it, that it's a Madera County program, and it's not. It's just the method of collection.
Let me add too that the GSFA, and I've been on there 10 years, so I know this to be a fact. One of the things we're always concerned about is delinquency. And it's extremely low for the GSFA. It's just like off the charts low. So it's a really well-monitored program. And the guy that leads that, Craig, oh man, his name slips me right now too. But he's very astute, very ethical in the approach. We have with us by satellite here, we have Emily Ramey, and we also have Crystal Crawford and James Combs. James is in the audience. You can come to the podium if you like, and then any of the others that want to chime in, I'm going to give you your time to talk with us about what you're proposing here. We have James coming to the mic right now.
Yeah, I think my policy team is on by phone, and they can probably address more directly the question that supervisors asked. Emily or Crystal, if you want to.
Okay, there we go. Emily?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. This is Emily Ramey. I'm actually speak to his experience in our commercial program, and then I'll answer questions after, if you don't mind. I know he's got a time constraint, and he's been there throughout the day, so I'm going to let James go first.
Okay, very good. James, go ahead.
Thank you for investing the time to talk through this. So, James at Y-Green Energy Fund. So I wanted to come down here and talk to you about what I do, which is I work with commercial contractors and small commercial property owners and nonprofit property owners up and down the state of California. So I've been financing solar energy and commercial real estate property improvements for the past decade or more. We talk about PACE. It even has clean energy in the name, but it's really broader than that. And so I just wanted to give you a flavor of the type of projects we're doing. I just got through funding a project for an apartment owner up closer towards the Bay Area who's building out a garage in the building to turn it into an additional dwelling unit, putting in the sewer and the plumbing and the electrical.
Let me hold you on for a second. Somebody has a mic that's hot, and it's we're hearing every breath. So if you could mute your mics, that would really help us. Thank you. And it's gone. Thank you.
So that's an example of where we're funding a project to increase the housing stock and improve the marketability of properties in some urban and suburban areas. We just completed a project for a pistachio grower down in Clovis. He's actually a customer of Farm Credit, but his project was too small for Farm Credit to finance. It's about $150,000. And so that actually highlights another differentiator, and really why I work here is we do commercial and nonprofit projects in the $50,000, $100,000, $200,000 range on a regular basis, as well as larger projects. I've funded a range of houses of worship, churches, synagogues, temples up and down the state of California. And in fact, I believe you have letters of support from Yosemite Lakes Community Church in your file on this. We're looking forward to doing a small project to help them become more renewable. And then a range of other agricultural, small business, and I should highlight both for-profit and nonprofit customers, including healthcare providers. We're doing a project, for example, for the San Diego Blood Bank, but that could very easily be applied to both for-profit and nonprofit medical providers here as well. So those are the types of projects I work with. I also have a contractor I work with on the phone. If he's still on, Joe Loomis. I actually financed with his company a few years ago the fire departments in Lathrop and Ripon, just as example, two nice small projects. Those weren't through Y-Green, but it gives an example of the type of contractors we work with. So I'm going to step back and let my team, and hopefully both the contractor, and I don't know if Yosemite Lakes Christian was able to stay on this long, but tell you from their perspective what they get from the program and the way they're able to create jobs and improve properties. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. So who's next?
Hi, this is Emily Ramey. So I would just want to address a couple of things here. There has been a whole host of legislative endeavors that have codified basically our best practices into law over the last few years. So since the last time your board considered PACE back in 2018, there's been a number of regulatory changes that's really enhanced the consumer protections and contractor oversight on the residential side immensely. It's really changed the market. And the good news is that most of those upgrades had been part of our standard process, but now they're uniform and regulatory. So all PACE providers that are licensed in the state to serve the residential market must abide by those rules. And fortunately, the programs that you already have in place are all licensed PACE administrators. I appreciate the comments about our partnership with GSFA. I couldn't agree with those more. We both sought out each other when we were forming this Joint Powers Authority partnership to expand our program statewide. And they did a whole bunch of due diligence on our program well before we sort of sealed the deal with them, and vice versa. We wanted to make sure it was a good fit for both our missions, and we wanted to make sure we could help each other scale. And so now we are a big part of their program, and we help them generate funds to expand their services and programs well beyond the PACE program that they offer. So we are a strong partner to GSFA and a very, very active and engaged member of RCRC, also the Rural Information Exchange through cities in California, rural cities, as well as the CSAC Forum for San Joaquin Valley on rural. So we're very much ingrained in the ag community and through the Central Valley. We would be a very strong partner for the community. We have active commercial projects waiting to use our program that want to use our program, and we sure hope that your board would be open to adding more choice and competition from a best actor in the industry and help make the consumer experience better than ever by adding our program. And I would like to turn it over to the folks on the phone that have been so gracious to join us, possibly starting with Joe and then John and then Pete.
Fantastic. My name is Joe Loomis. I'm a local contractor with Velocity Solar Power, and I'm excited to be part of this meeting today. The whole purpose that we're in front of everybody to make a plea that I've had a chance to partner with a local church, Yosemite Lakes Community Church, and upon their request for a proposal for the solar project, we were able to present many different options in terms of financing and funding. We together identified Y-Green as the primary and premier funder for this type of project. It had the best rates, best terms, and really at the end of it, other than solar, it gave the church the best financial opportunity to grow with the savings on solar and using White Green as the partnership. So seeking that, knowing that I've been in the industry for over 5 years, I'm very familiar with other PACE companies. There has never been a PACE company in my mind to work with that goes to know the customer primarily, so the customers are verified, that they're well aware of every step of the procedure of the loan, and therefore they come out starting the program very educated. And that's always been a big benefit for Y-Green and our company, is that we need to educate more and more of the homeowners, property owners in this case. And that's why I've really enjoyed working with Y-Green. I would love to have that expanded into the territory so I can continue helping both homeowners and business owners like that. And if opportunity is presented, I'd like John Lorazano. He's one of the board members of Yosemite Lakes Community Church. John, are you able to jump on real quick?
Hey, how you doing?
Fantastic.
This is John. I'm in a location. There we go. How do you do? I'm John. I'm up at Yosemite Lakes Church, and we're really excited, if possible, to do this solar project. We can you guys hear me?
Yeah, if you can get a
Okay.
little closer to your mic, it would help.
Okay. Let me get to a place that there's not as much background noise. There we go. All right. Yeah, so I'm on the facility now. We have a campus where we've been in this location at Yosemite Lakes Park for 33 years now, and we're really excited about doing solar. It's been long overdue, and Velocity Solar has went above and beyond to make this project applicable for us. So our hopes is that through the financing with Y-Green that we can make this happen. We're a community of about 800 members, so we have a lot of excited people here. I really don't know what to say. I've done business with Joe Loomis in the past, and they're a reputable company. They do quality work, and I've talked with the people from Y-Green, and I'm confident in their abilities to make this happen for us. So I really don't know what else to add with that.
I think you've done well. Thank you, John. Thank you. All right. Any questions of? Was that all your presenters, Emily?
There's one other gentleman, on Keats, who's on the line.
Go ahead then.
Hi, my name is Ankit Panchal. I'm calling from 365 Hospitality. I've been, I would say, active consumer for Y-Green program, and I've used Y-Green at multiple properties of ours, and I'm in hospitality industry. Y-Green has been great help for us ever since. We used them at a smaller project to get a solar done, and then we found out how they can support us at various other things to bring the building up to the latest standard, and with green codes and stuff like that. In fact, with their capital help, we were able to improve our business and hire more folks. So we kind of created more jobs in the community. And right now we have hotels in Contra Costa County, Yolo County, Marin County, San Francisco County, and we are looking into an investment in Madera County, and it will be great to have Y-Green part of the county program, because it really helps as a commercial user to get a backup, not just by the bank, but a program like this can help us improve the quality of the building, especially when you are buying out a building which is not brand new, or which has little bit dated, and you want to bring it to the latest energy code and stuff like that. And especially, us being in California, we all like to be as green as possible. So Y-Green has made that happen for us, and it's a great program. From day one, we have just fantastic experience with them.
Great, thank you. Anything to add in finality there?
That we appreciate so much our advocates coming and joining us. They're obviously busy folks out in the community, and I think it speaks for itself that they're willing to join this meeting and share their support for the program. And there are many, many others like that. I will say that what's available right now and is not currently available with the existing providers is the access to small and mid-sized business base. Right now, the providers you have a much higher project dollar minimum. And so much of the small, medium sector is not served. Y Green has a much smaller project minimum. So we serve what I like to call Main Street throughout communities in rural California and beyond. And so that's what's available to you today, in addition to our best practices in the residential space. Like I said, going back earlier to the fact that most of the legislative upgrades that have occurred over the last few years were modeled much after our standard operating procedures. And that's kind of part of why GSFA has been so proud and supportive of our program, because we stand behind integrity and optimal customer experience, which means treating the customer right and treating our contractors right, and only recruiting and authorizing contractors that do well by the customer for the long haul. There's lots of information that we can share also about how we inform customers. There was some sentiment shared by board members about people being unaware of what they're signing up for. And I can provide lots of information about the dozens of touch points along the way to inform the customer about what financial obligation they're entering into, both in written, in verbal, in recorded calls, also in language. Translated services are available for customers that are ESL. There's a number of different touch points customers not surprised, and that includes well up to and beyond getting their first tax bill where there's case assessment included. So I won't go into too much more detail. I don't want to take over too much time, but we go above and beyond to make sure that customers are not surprised by the financial obligations that they sign up for.
Right. Thank you. One name that you all be familiar with would be Pastor Randy Brannon. And he called me and asked me why we didn't have Y Green, because of the three programs he looked at, they had the best financing option, and he really liked their contractor the best as well. So he asked me about that's a name you're familiar with probably. Anyway, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah.
You have the floor.
Jamie? Jamie still here?
Yeah, he had to leave.
Maybe Emily there.
Yeah, Emily would be good to ask.
Maria. Let's talk about that, our sign. Can we get a loan with you to put that solar in and do some project?
That's really interesting. Let me think about how that would work. It has to be an entity that pays property taxes. So generally speaking, we don't finance government-owned property, but if there was a partial private ownership of that, either land or the structure itself, I think we could pursue discussions around how to support.
Well, then we'll, the hospital that donated the $250, we'll just ask them to be our partner and have them.
There we go.
And we'll take it back when we get done.
Yeah, in all seriousness, that would be a really fun project to explore. So happy to talk about that.
Emily, just real quick, I've got what is like a standard or an average project for a homeowner, say just solar, purchasing it? What does it look like? Do they own it? Just going to go through that.
Yeah, and I'll probably rely on Joe to help me walk through the customer experience. But in detail, we go through, and the contractors we work with size the system appropriately. They usually do some type of energy assessment to make sure they're not oversizing the system. And then they talk about what the customer's needs are. Are they going to put in a pool? Are they going to do an add-on? What's their energy footprint? And many of our contractors also talk about implementing energy efficiency first before sizing the system, right? Which makes sense, because then you're not producing more energy than you're going to consume. The net energy metering program through PG&E, and I won't go into too much detail here, is a program that pays you back or gives you credit for excess energy produced. But we generally encourage the contractors to size the system to the energy footprint of the resident currently. And then in terms of price ranges, I think Joe could probably talk about that, in sort of general terms. And Joe, if you want to take that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely, Emily. Every home is going to be different based on the footprint. A lot of homeowners ask me, well, I have so many square feet. How much is my solar going to cost? Again, every house is different, but the average range I would say would be basis around 7 to 9 kilowatt system, which would be roughly around 25 to 30,000. That would be quoted like a cash purchase, and then they would own the system outright. We meet with everybody individually, and by the way, Mr. Wheeler, as I was a part of this meeting since the beginning, where we were talking about the sign from Madera County, I absolutely can provide solar and lighting at a significantly less cost that was proposed by another contractor. But back to your question, yeah, I would say an average would be about 25,000, and they can scale up to be over 50,000. Like Emily mentioned, it's solely based on a footprint of energy consumption. We look at that based on a 1 year of past usage, and then discussions take place on how do you see, are you going to use more, are you going to use less energy, are you going to make any other energy efficiency upgrades like your HVAC and air conditioner, and if those are the cases, then we work hand in hand to propose a solution that will meet exactly their needs.
And then so
Thank you, Joe.
let's say it's the $20,000. What are the financing terms of that? What's the interest rate, and how long does it take to pay back?
Absolutely, great question there. So if we're speaking specifically to Y-Green, a Y-Green customer has a choice anywhere between 10 to 20 to 25 years of a term. We work with them and present that solution, what would be most financially beneficial for them. A lot of things come into play there is on their return on investment. How soon do they anticipate paying off the loan? The same will follow suit with any consumer line of credit loan that's available for solar too. So the terms are pretty universal across the industry for solar specific. The terms can range anywhere between 2.9% all the way up to 7 to 8% depending on the lender. And so again, if some entities or homeowners would like to buy down the rate, it's just like a mortgage where they can pay up front to buy the interest rate down. There's no doubt about it. The lower the interest rate, the lower the monthly payment. And that's how a majority of homeowners will shop solar, is comparing the solar payment cost compared to what they pay on average to, let's say, PG&E. And solar, both cases across the board in a PG&E territory like Madera County, the savings is significant to move towards solar, even at looking at a 20-year loan, with, in fact, all lenders, I should say majority of all the lenders, do not have a prepayment penalty. So the homeowner can pay that loan off at any time.
Can somebody please mute their phone? I'm not sure who that is, but it's really loud in the background. One other component I'd like to add on Joe's thing. So typically speaking, PACE ranges from about 6 to 8%, 6 to 8.5%. These terms are based on the useful life of the improvement. We don't set those useful life terms. That's set by the California Energy Commission. Again, this kind of ties back to how PACE was established by the legislature. It's a public policy. It's a public policy that was actually created, believe it or not, back in the Great Recession in 2008, 2009, to not only create jobs, but provide a way for cities and counties to meet their climate change obligations over time, and to help communities and businesses become more sustainable and resilient over time. So now PACE includes fire resiliency and seismic retrofitting. But all of these terms that are associated with the improvements, whether it's an HVAC or solar or seismic or electric vehicle charging, or let's not forget in the Valley, water conservation, very, very important. Those terms are all set by the useful life of the improvement. So we cannot set a 25-year term for a new HVAC unit. That would be price gouging or taking advantage of the customer, right? Because the HVAC unit is not going to last 25 years. So we're beholden to meeting the useful life of the improvement. Solar generally is about 20 years, but depending on the panel and the other system design, it can be up to 25 or even 30 years for commercial projects. And so that's just something to keep in mind. Water conservation projects are much smaller in term, and so therefore the term of the financing option is much smaller. And so there's also options for customer and contractor buy down rates. We have specials from time to time on solar where our rates a few months ago, we called it the March Madness, started at 3.99%. So there's lots of different options. Generally speaking, PACE is dependent, in all cases, PACE terms are set by the useful life of the measure. And generally speaking, for most PACE providers, the rates start from about 6 to 8.5%.
So as a I'm running some numbers really quickly. So I'm on a power purchase agreement right now. I have a true up. It was costing me about an extra $160 a month once that true up came up over the year. Someone had came and told me if I upsize my system, it'd be about $12,000 for the panels. And it was going to cost $140 extra per month that I was going to pay in a new power purchase agreement. So if I were to do this, $12,000, even at the highest interest rate of 8% at 20 years, that monthly payment would be $100 to me, which would save another $40 per month. So when we look at these things, and I know that they've gotten a bad name, but this would be a good option.
Sure would.
For me as an individual person looking at doing something like that. And that's using the highest interest rate on the spectrum that they were talking about. And it would still save me about $600 a year. And I would own the system, not have a power purchase agreement.
Right.
So when I talk about like looking to have options for our people, our residents, to be able to look at it from, and I'm not going to have another payment. This is just going to go on my mortgage statement and my impound.
Right.
Right. So now instead of having to have another bill that I have to make sure that I pay, it's just going through my mortgage payment goes up by $100, but my overall energy bill and not getting that surprise. Oh, here's your true up at the end of the year.
Goes away.
That goes away.
Yeah.
So that's just something to
That's me.
to think about. That's we want to make sure that everybody has all of the options that they possibly have to be able to make the best decision for their family, themselves. And by limiting the amount of options, I think we're doing a disservice to people.
Right.
And with that, I'd like to make a motion to continue with the PACE, or offering the PACE program, and to add Y Green as an accepted
Provider. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion made in second. Let's vote.
Supervisor Frazier,
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras,
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler,
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez,
Oh.
Chairman Rogers.
Yes.
Vote passes 4-1, excuse me.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Emily, and thank your group for the good presentation. And we'll look forward to you providing service for our residents and businesses in Madera County.
Chairman, so we'll need to return to your board with appropriate resolutions. So we'll plan to do that in January.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. We look
for the
forward to
research.
serving you.
Thank you. Okay.
That's awesome to be able to go out on your last item with a no. That's pretty cool. That's really cool.
That's a rare one.
That's pretty cool.
That's a rare one. Okay, supervisors and staff reports. Max?
Beautiful day, guys. Thank you very much.
We love you, man. Keep coming around, okay? We do. We love you a lot. Nothing to report from me.
I have one. I just wanted to wish my daughter Emma a very happy 5th birthday today. I didn't want to. I usually do that at the beginning, but there was too many sad memories of, so I wanted to reserve it until this point. I want to thank Max once again for his friendship and guidance, and I will take with me the lessons you've taught me for the rest of my life, and wish you well. And also tomorrow I have coffee and conversation at 8:30. It's up on my Facebook page.
Supervisor Wheeler.
Keep forgetting. Thank you. My next town hall, virtual town hall, will be January 7th, 6 to 8 o'clock. I have some interesting items on it probably. And thank you, Max. That's all I can say. 60 years, 2/3 of my life of knowing you. Been a pleasure. Can't wait to see that you're going to enjoy some of the stuff you don't have to worry about now. 16 years, buddy. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's to everybody, and you got a very special person taking your place.
Yes, she
So, thank you.
Yeah, she's smiling. CAO.
What about Poitras?
Oh, Supervisor Poitras, out of sight, out of mind.
There
I'm
you
sorry. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. The only thing I'd like to say is I refuse to say goodbye to Max. Number one is because we still have one more meeting with him. He has to show up to at least start the meeting before he gets sworn out.
That's right.
And second of all, I don't like goodbyes. And so I'm just going to say, see you later. We'll be seeing each other. We'll be working alongside on other projects. So this is just the.
I didn't lose.
This is just.
I didn't lose. I cheated.
So there you go. So we'll keep pushing forward.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. CAO.
Nothing additional, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And our county council.
Yep, Chairman, I have one quick staff report. There is a law that's going to become effective January 1st, 2021, and I'll just take 1 minute just in case you're not aware. It's AB 992, and I don't see any significant changes that would have to occur for this board, but it relates to the Brown Act and how the Brown Act is being amended to incorporate social media. So the Brown Act was originally enacted in 1953, and of course, social media was nowhere on the scene. In fact, fun fact was that only about 50% of U.S. households even had a television. And so much of the guidance that we've had on social media and elected members has really come out of litigation based on First Amendment rights and deleting people from what you would call public forums and so forth. So this law is coming into effect, and it essentially gives some do's and don'ts. And what it does allow is for elected officials on social media to interact with members of the public, to solicit information, and also that do have to do with the subject matter jurisdiction of the county, and then answer questions. The cautions and the part that is written into the Brown Act that what isn't allowed is when you start using those platforms to speak amongst yourself. And so in looking at the law, I think that this county has done a very good job of creating guardrails, if you will, for the use of social media. But now the law is being enacted into the Brown Act, gives some people maybe a bit more teeth and put some language around, I think, the best practices that the county is already implementing. So if there's any questions about that, I'm happy to answer them, but just wanted to make you aware of social media platforms and the new laws that will be in effect in the new year.
Thank you for keeping us on the straight and narrow there, County Council.
Give us a breakdown of what that might be, the guidelines.
Yes, so.
I mean, just maybe print it out so we can all have it in our own mind.
Yes, and I provided your chiefs of staff last week a one-page do's and
I
don'ts.
noticed that.
And then also about a 2-page summary, but I'll get that to you, Supervisor Wheeler, the do's and don'ts. But certainly being mindful of, you can still like and retweet one another's posts, but as soon as you start conversing with one another on agency business, and it would be considered a serial meeting under the Brown Act and constitute a meeting. And so we really want to avoid those things. And for the most part, over the years, I've seen that you've been successful in doing that. But now that it's a law and people do watch and there is litigation that we monitor, it's not without its potential pitfalls.
Right. Well, thank you for the heads up and the warning. Clerk of the board.
Yes, I'd like the opportunity to thank my father for being an absolutely wonderful man.
Yeah, there you go.
I love him dearly, and it's an honor to work right next to you on the final weeks of your career. Thank you, Dad.
That's got to be a good feeling there, Max, is smiling across at your daughter. That's good. That's great. Family is important. All right. Well, nothing else come before us. This meeting is adjourned. Last meeting of the year. We'll see you next year. Merry Christmas, everybody, and a Happy New Year. Woo.
Mr. Brea suggested.
Love you, Tom.